Is you ready? 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 Huh? I can't hear you. Is you ready? Is you ready? I see y'all in the chat. What's going on? Welcome to the Ooh Ladies first panel. We're about to get into some things. I'm your host for tonight, BondyBlue. Niecy, Jamie, and Jay Lee are all here. We're ready. We just want to know if y'all is ready. Show your love. Stupid looking at it. All right, y'all, we about to get into it. Yes, I love our intro too. Yes. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Thank y'all for joining us. Thank you, moderators, for coming through. Okay, ladies, how y'all doing?
Good.
Mm-hmm.
So good. So good. So good.
Oh, which so good?
Think about Destiny's Child.
I'm about to say, which
Child,
one?
so good.
So good, so good, so good. Oh.
See, I would do Escape.
And said it wouldn't make it. But now you can't take it. For all the people around that have been there. Yeah, I was trying to remember. Look at us now and see how we live.
I can imagine us in a music video. We need to have an edit with our little bobbleheads on there.
Absolutely.
So good. That's our new intro.
Okay, listen, I would love it. Y'all, I know this echo is not the business. We tried.
I was hoping it probably was my headphones.
Okay.
Are we good? I didn't hear it.
I'm hearing nothing. Hello?
Hello?
Weird.
It ain't me. Yeah.
Say goodbye.
No, I didn't come out before because they were sounding weird in my ear.
Yes.
You know what? That's the people down there. We're going to leave them down there at the bottom where they at. We're going to leave them down there at the bottom where they at. And we find around here. It's that joke, y'all. It's that joke.
Inside joke, girl. Listen, let's give a happy belated birthday to Jamie or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Happy belated birthday.
Our favorite Leo. Come on.
Okay, listen. Because the Leos, man, you guys are tough, but love you, Jamie. You're one of the best. Okay, so I hear the echo. It's annoying me. Give me a sec.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay.
Is she beating chords?
Yeah,
a little bit. Abusive?
A little bit. I was shaking them up a little bit. I felt like if I shake them, something might happen.
It'll act right.
Did it work?
Sometimes
it seemed to work.
It's like beating the TV. When the TV didn't work back in the day, you would just hit it a little bit.
I mean,
Lisa didn't know about that because Lisa, did you beat TVs, Lisa?
No, I did not beat TVs. No. I don't know nothing about that.
Why would you even ask her that?
Because
she probably on the wall by the time Niecy came along.
TVs were not on the wall.
Did you have a floor model TV with the? Did you have to use to turn it to
Now they
dial?
had that big ass TV, huh? No, y'all
We
didn't
had
have TVs at y'all house.
we had the big Bonnie funny. We can watch TV at all. No, we had the big TVs. You know, when the bigger the better was trending, it sat on the floor. What was it called? The plasma.
The big
Yes.
skirts.
The big old screen ones. Yeah, with the
Which-
speaker at the bottom.
No, the old ones with the wood panels on the side with the
Yeah.
antenna like these.
No, I used to see it at my aunt's house, but
I know that. I know what she's talking about. She's talking about that one that got put outside in like 2006.
Yeah.
2007,
Yes.
that one got put outside, and you got you a flat one, still bigger than the ones that we have now. Child, we got a TV in there right now that's flickering. I said, bitch, flicker one more time and watch I go buy a whole new TV. But anyway, I'm trying not to do that. So y'all, I don't have a graphic for this game because it's new. So what had happened was someone sent me this game called Last Couple Standing. Never heard of it before. Don't even know who sent it. Don't care. The questions are good, and I think it'll make for a good conversation. So I want everybody in the chat to join in with me and the ladies and make sure that y'all are listening so y'all can answer these questions. Okay, now I'm starting off. All right, I'm starting off. Let me see. Let's see what we're feeling. Let's go through them because there are a few that I picked that I felt okay. So, you ready? All right. What does your partner, because everybody has a partner here. It's for partners, but we can do this anyway. Don't worry about that. Anyway, what does your partner do that turns you on that they don't know about? Whoever has it first.
Mine.
Jamie.
I feel so lame. Ding. I feel so lame. It's just when he talks. It's something about the vibration in his voice. It's something about up in here when he talks. We be on the phone. Like sometimes he just be talking. I just be like, "Say that again, babe. Say it again." It's something about his voice that just turns me on.
Just when he walk in from getting out the shower, it's just it's the stance of it all. It's the stance of it all.
For me, I would have the first thing that came to my mind is I always want to rub noses because he has like a specific smell. Have y'all heard like whenever you have chemistry with somebody, like biologically, yes, pheromones.
Yes,
It has a specific smell. So I would just get really close and smell, and like that's everything. The other thing is I don't know what it is. Like after he works out, his veins he has crazy veins, and he looks like Hulk after he works out. All these veins, like he about to transform. I'll be like, come on, let's go.
The way his neck looks, see, it's stuff.
Yes.
That's the kind of stuff.
Okay. For me, that's okay. Let me think, because there are things. So let me think of the one that's been getting me the most lately. So Lyric has a new job that requires him to wear a uniform. It's something about whenever he comes in that fucking uniform. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of like, up and through here energy about it. So yeah.
It could be like a man in a uniform. In any uniform.
I don't know what it is.
And
it's a UPS. He works for UPS. He drives for UPS. So yes, like the UPS khakis or whatever, like it's real big, and then with the beard and everything.
And the brown on the brown skin.
Yes, the brown on the brown skin. And he's like really tan. He's always out, outside and stuff like that. And he comes in, he has his hat on, he's got his beard and everything. And then, he's all, I've been picking shit up all day and everything. And just talking about it now excites me. So yeah, let's go ahead and move on from there. Everyone's answered. All right. This is interesting. Okay. Answer the blank. I could go without my partner doing blank ever again.
Snoring.
I was gonna say the same thing.
For me, I already told y'all my pet peeve is
wet rug.
Yes. I could go without him not drying his stuff off completely before walking out around the house. Drying stuff off. And I can't put that into one word.
I can do without him shedding like a fucking Labrador retriever all over the place. I definitely could do without that. I mean, it's warm in the winter and everything, but he like sheds hair everywhere. And then because he has hair on his head, he'll pick all of his hair out and it'll just be on the floor. And I'm like, so you're really gonna act like you don't see your fucking hair all over the floor? Now I have to come in with the Swifter. What do I look like, Florence? Like stab, 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 you know? It's really amazing he's still alive. But that's the one thing I can say, like I could really go the rest of our lives with you completely waxed and bald from the neck down. We're gonna make that happen at some point. Maybe not wax, maybe electrolysis or something. Maybe I'll just nair him to death one day. I don't know. But from the neck down, give me a break.
These comments killing me, Bondy. We got Sam J saying she could go without her partner being broke, lying, cheating, period.
Because some people be broke, lying, and cheating. And they still be having partners. And that girl. That's, you know. How a person's name is really different. That I like that. Dutch ovens in the that's not even nice. That's like torture.
See, I get offended whenever my fiance calls me by my first name. I'm like, do we got beef or what? What's going on? Why? Why are we on first name basis?
Scratches his ears. Look how noise. Is his skin dry? Oh, he makes a noise. Okay.
Yeah. That shit. Yeah. My cousin.
Is his skin dry? He's scratching himself.
Drive me insane. Gotcha. Being broke, lying, cheating. Period, girl. Well, they gonna lie, so you gonna have to get over that. They gonna lie about something at some point. It's gonna be the stupidest thing. It may not even matter about nothing, but they gonna lie. So just prepare yourself. Nigga lie about shit and act like they don't remember. You remember I told you that shit. Anyway, my biggest pet peeve is loud chewing and excessively chewing loud. Child, not say it too many different ways. Smacking. Headline: Louisiana woman nares her husband to death.
And then Bondy's in jail.
Someone said cheating, girl. Just let him go. Like I know, right? He shouldn't have cheated. Stab, stab. My husband has never called me by my first name. 23 years. It's always bae. It's always bae, boo, love, whatever. You know, the talking, laughing, and crying in his sleep. Bitch, I am dead.
Not in the sleep now.
He need therapy.
Yeah, there's some trauma.
Lyrical moan in his sleep. Like that. Like do stuff like that. Like that. Like, nigga, what is going on in your dreams? Running? Like, what's going on?
You get that man some therapy. He should not be crying in his sleep.
Not calling me right when the work day is over. Someone has a possessive issue.
Yeah.
Turning the temperature down at night and turning on the standing fan, the ceiling fan on to sleep. I'm freezing when I wake up. I don't know what to tell you. Get some socks. Ain't nobody about to be hot when they sleep.
Period.
Fan all
get a robe.
around.
I hate
That's what we do. Okay, it be freezing in this bitch when we get up in the morning. Everybody has slippers and robes nearby. You get out the bed, you put on the robe. Okay. Putting old food in the fridge like it's no, you know what I hate that this nigga do?
Well,
this nigga put the whole bag in the refrigerator. Like that's what I don't like. Like he'll come home with some food instead of taking the food out of the bag. He just puts the whole bag in the refrigerator. That shit work on my nerves, bro. I be like, you don't know where the fuck this bag be.
It's the not putting the food in containers for me. You putting the whole kitchen pot in the fridge.
In the refrigerator all the time, y'all.
He's improved after I really got like, what are you doing? So he hasn't done it in a long time.
I'll put a pot of chili in the refrigerator. That's the one thing.
Curse lyric out the other day.
Yeah, I'll do that.
On the stove overnight just because he don't want to put it in a Ziploc bag. I just cursed him out for this like last week. Recently. These niggas. Anyway, let's move on. One more question. This is all very good. Okay. They just did.
I know, right?
Okay. And this is for you and your partner. If sex were a job, who is getting a raise and who is getting fired?
Interesting.
I say he's getting a raise. And hopefully I'm getting that fired.
I mean, he's not gonna get fired at all. That ain't gonna happen.
No.
But at the same time, I'm also not getting fired. I mean, we both getting raises around here. Like it's, you know,
Yeah.
you know,
Raises.
Yeah.
all of them too. Ain't nobody getting fired.
Because I think that, I don't know if this was made for black people. It probably wasn't. Because I'm going to tell you, I feel like black women are probably some of the only ones at this age range that won't marry a man that isn't good in bed. Like, people will do that. They marry niggas that don't fuck good.
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's a good question if you asking about like former relationships, but not like this is like who you with currently that can't fuck. I'm confused.
Let's see what the comments are saying. None of y'all want to tell on yourselves? He's getting the raise. I'm fired over and over.
Are you a starfish?
I appreciate your honesty. Nigga said
they starfishes. That's what. Look, do not be a starfish in your life.
He's getting a raise.
Don't be doing that.
I'm getting fired. Okay, he the motherfucking CEO. Okay. He is laying down. My ass is definitely getting fired because I'm good and lazy now. I ain't doing all that. Go to bed. Okay, child, I am on unemployment. Oh my God. Oh, y'all are funny. I'm getting a raise and he getting suspended without pay. Oh, that is sad, girl. Tell us what that means.
Is he cheating?
No, I mean, is he cheating or is it not getting up there or is he just not hitting a spot?
You need some Viagra.
What's going on?
Yeah, tell us your business,
please. Because we know
not Boosie. Lil Duval was on some little interview recently. He said, the way to keep a man happy is to keep his dick soft. And I'm like, I get what he meant by that.
What do you mean by that?
Because after
they busting, they soft right after that. That's
okay.
Got it. It took me a minute.
I missed it.
Boosie, I keep on saying Boosie. Lil Duval was on, I think the Justin podcast or whatever. He was like a way for a woman to keep her man happy and not cheating is to keep his dick soft. And when he said it was like, what you mean? What that mean?
You lucky I came to this job.
So you got to keep, if you do, but niggas don't cheat regardless. But I'm like, that's a good suggestion on like a Tuesday night.
I feel like, okay, so I feel like even though, how do I say this without, I'm gonna just say the lesbian in me, is not a pillow princess at all. But there is something about lyric that will just make you lay down.
Well, I think I feel like I do feel like in relationships, like there are times when you want to be the one being the aggressor, whatever, but I do feel like I want you to fuck me. Like I don't want to feel like all the time it's like no, I like do stuff.
Y'all know. My dang, it's an echo.
I don't hear it.
We good? Okay, it's gone.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I think it's you.
I don't hear it. Oh,
can you
hear it? I hear it.
You hear it?
Fuck you.
I don't hear it now.
Okay.
So I was gonna say one of the brands or companies I want us to work with, and it don't have to be this company, but I would love for us to collaborate with a sex toy type company. That would be perfect. Like that stuff excites me. I had this card game from Adam and Eve, and it's very fun. Just like to do, play the card game. What we gonna do? We're gonna do reverse cowgirl. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that with the pictures on it. Very fun. And I feel like, we would have a good conversation about that.
Look, y'all know our first panel, our first conversation was about Trey Songz dick. We just don't always go to that conversation, but I think we should.
Candy, hit us up. Don Wine, tell Candy to hit us up. We would love to do like a little partnership with Bedroom Candy, bitch. Come on, talk to us.
Yeah, even Adam and Eve,
because listen, bitch, I opened my phone yesterday, didn't know what was going on, vibrator doing this. I was like, and I giggled to myself because I just opened my phone, you know, just like, oh, and it was Jessica Dime promoting some type of new dick that, you know, that did this. And I was, you know, because it was turning, but it was also going, you know, up and, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? So I was just like, well, that's interesting. And I don't do dildos like that. It's like, even as a lesbian, like was never like a dildo strap-on type chick like that. But nah, I'm straight. But I'm real love on the vibrators though. I love me a good silver bullet, a good vibrator with a suction cup on it, you know, so we can do both at one time.
Oh, I can go on.
Yeah. No, it does.
Yeah. I had one and I lost the charger. I had one that I really liked. I lost the charger and I was crying.
What was it?
It was like, it was almost shaped like a tongue. It was red and it had like a little hole in the middle right for your clit area. It had like 12 different modes. Man, I lost that charger and I was just...
That's so much to go through. I feel like I'm not a vibrator girl because I feel like if you use too much artificial stimulation, you can break it because your body will get used to.
Yeah, you gotta patience.
I'm like, use it in combination with the real life peen.
Yeah, that's what I know.
I don't want to vibrate. Like, give me. I don't want to vibrate.
Well, you know, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I don't want to vibrate. I'm not a vibrator.
That's what I have. We're talking about clitoral vibrators, not like penis vibrators. Just so we're
even
clear.
Both. I'm still like,
really, Jaylee.
Yeah, I'm different. No, I have.
Oh, okay.
But you know, that's not my thing. Because I prefer, you know, the feel of people. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like if I would.
But you are with you do understand we're saying that you're getting fucked, right?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't like having vibration on it because I feel like I don't want my body to get used to that. So okay. So that's my thing. But we'll still have it and it won't be on vibrate.
I see a comment from Tracy. Tracy says she got her girl pierced. Tracy,
how do you feel about that? And it's an amazing feeling.
That's what I want to know.
I feel like it would hurt.
I'm sure it do hurt. Oh gosh.
It sounds like it.
Have y'all tried the rolls? We talked about it, but I haven't tried it.
I've tried it, but I didn't like it. Because you can't control, because what happens is you can't control your orgasm because it's so strong, and I prefer to control it, and you can't control it because you just and it's gone. Sounds like that ain't my speed. Because it has very because
I don't want to come yet. What? Take it off.
Well, no, but see that's the thing. It's a strong suction and a strong vibration. Because my best friend's sister has a sex toy line, and so for the God damn it, and for the bridal shower, I got that was a gift for me, and so I tried it out, but I'm like, it's not for me because I felt like it's good, but I prefer to be in control, and you can't it's just gonna happen, and it's over.
First of all, this is the type of shit that I'm into, so don't say stuff like this.
On a bumpy car ride.
Everybody's saying that it's worth it. But everybody's saying the piercing is worth it. I'm scared.
I don't have no piercing. Like my ears. I'm good.
I'm scared. I've been thinking about getting my nipples done.
You said, what about Bonnie?
I said I've been thinking about getting my nipples done.
I had them done, and then I took them out.
Why?
Did it hurt? How I feel?
It didn't. It hurt, but it wasn't like insane. I have a high pain tolerance. Okay. It just takes a long time to heal. So keep in mind, the bigger breast you have, the longer it'll take to heal. And I had got to like the 10-month mark, and I was just like,
go grab her. Go grab her.
Okay.
Jay was like, oh my God.
Yeah, the bigger they are, the longer it takes to heal. And I just was like, I'm over it. But I've been thinking about getting them re-pierced again. But I'm scared to get them re-pierced because it hurts if you pierce through scar tissue.
Okay.
But if you think about getting them for the first time, do it.
I'm like, no, thank you.
That sounds like a.
What is Bondy?
What the hell is Bondy doing?
Lyric just came home. I'm sorry.
I'm like, is she licking the plant? Because she can't. I'm like,
No, it moved because he was right here. So
Okay.
you got one in the refrigerator, sir. Anyway, so yes, y'all, let's move on. Dude, like I'm doing a show here. So that was 3 questions I feel, and I have set before. So I want to do one more, and then we'll move on to gossip. Okay. All right. Would you be mad if your partner thought about other people during sex?
I mean, are we watching porn?
Just other people in general.
Yes.
I mean, does he say their name? Like, how would I know he thinking about?
That's
Like, I mean, I don't.
So it doesn't say it doesn't specify whether it's vocalized or not. But obviously,
I can remember a time or two where I wasn't like fantasizing about someone else, but someone else came across my mind real quick and whatnot. But it wasn't about it was. So I mean.
Look, everybody's saying yes. I
yes.
No, because I
just wonder how would I know.
I think about porn that I've seen. I think about when I used to like fuck girls. Like, yeah,
because stuff come across your man, and like if we watching porn, because you like porn. If we watching porn, like we both maybe think about other stuff. So it's like.
But I be having to like remind myself to open my eyes, because like
I'm gonna have to ask this question.
I be like,
like who you think about? Do you think about me? You know somebody else? What do you think about? It's the question.
I feel like I want you to be thinking about me, and I am thinking about you. Obviously, I can't help myself in this moment because poke. But at the same time, if I'm getting ate out, I'm definitely thinking about some of the best girl on girl porn compilations that I've seen. And like, squirt compilations and stuff like that. Like,
it makes it because I think sometimes when you're in the middle of it, you are both are focused on each other. So that's the moment. But it could be a moment where I'd be like, you know what, so and so, stuff has run across my mind, yes, but I would not be pissed unless he's like you can't say somebody else's name and then I know you think about somebody else.
And but I need you to be able to respond to me though, like if you're responding to me, but something is going on, I don't give a fuck. Like, but as long as
who are you thinking about? Is it an ex? Is it your mama? Oh, is it the dog walker? Like who is it?
Not the dog walker.
The girl listen. I'm gonna leave that right there, and we can go ahead. Okay, so I was vibing to that one that time. My bad. I want to start here. I feel like we have not really discussed Shikari. As much as I feel like she's been covered over the past like maybe 2 months or so. Y'all know Shikari Richardson. Okay, she ran track and field in the Olympics. She got kicked out because she had some marijuana in her system. Everybody felt the way it felt, like, let the bitch run. If she could run, let her run. But they was like, nah, we got rules. And we was like, well, y'all need to think about changing some of those rules because the weed is legal where she live at. So what the fuck? So outside of that, her mom had passed away. She found out from a fucking reporter. She's had a tough life. I like to say she's a product of her environment because I feel like she definitely has said some ignorant shit. I believe that she is either bisexual or lesbian, but yet still chose to get online and tweet that if you follow or you a fan of Lil Nas X, unfollow her. It's like, girl, pick a side. You're confusing. But recently, after she lost to the Jamaicans, things have gotten messier. Okay, so apparently after getting dusted, she did an interview and a lot of people just did not like what they heard. I'm going to play the audio, but I'm not going to play the video because I don't know, but we going to play it. And I just want y'all to give me, you guys' opinion on what you felt.
What was your expectations? You came out here today to face these ladies from the other game.
Coming out today, it was a great return back to the sport. I wanted to be able to come in before, having a month off, dealing with all I was dealing with. I'm not upset at myself at all. This is one race. I'm not done. You know what I'm capable of. Count me out if you want to. Talk all the you want, because I'm here to stay. I'm not done. I'm the sixth fastest woman in this game ever. And can't nobody ever take that from me. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to the people that won, but they're not done seeing me yet. Period.
All right. Thank you, Shikari.
All right. And then the Jamaican girls walking up behind her like, yeah, it was just kind of funny. Slick shake. So later on, she liked the tweet that said, not y'all Jamaicans still talking shit when y'all gotta walk barefoot to your coconut stand every day for a living. And I was just like, first of all, Jamaica's beautiful. And as long as they got water, then that's not a bad life. Just saying. I've been to Jamaica. It looks tougher than it probably feels to people that live there, because they feel like, I had to go walk and get a big ass tub of water. It's cool though. That's what we have to do out here. It's how we be. So I felt like that was a little bit offensive. However, I still was slightly tickled. So I feel like she's just continuing to kind of dig herself in a deeper hole. She liked that tweet. And then on top of that, okay, hate to, hold y'all, but she made some comments. Not made comments, but she did a story when another track star, Allison Felix, offered some words of encouragement to Shikari. And, she was basically saying, she'll just hold her head up and she can just keep going and she's great. And, it wasn't anything negative. It was all positive stuff. And then Shikari post a picture of herself with wide eyes saying, encouraging words on TV shows are just as real as nothing at all, which I'm like, girl, that's a terrible tweet, because I don't even know what the fuck you're saying. But I think what you're saying is her words were meaningless. And I think it's because she feels like y'all talking that shit online, but y'all aren't really supporting me in real life. So this is hold up, let me take the picture down. But yeah, this is the picture right here that she posted. So yeah, y'all, please give me y'all commentary on this.
How old is she?
21, I believe.
Oh, she's a baby. She need media training.
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like she was put into the spotlight because she won the first thing or whatever, and no one realized she may not even know how to operate in this thing. And what it looks like is she's responding to everything that she see because she mad that one, she didn't get to perform. She also then lost, and so she her feelings. And the fact that she don't get just sit the fuck down, train and win, and that's the best way to shut up your haters. I think she's trying to come off like I'm big, bad, and bold or whatever, but it's coming off rude and immature. And I think once she figured that out, it'll be fine. But I haven't talked about her at all. I don't really follow what's going on with her because I felt like when she, when the whole weed thing happened and people kept on saying how, it's unfair. I felt like, no. So many other athletes didn't smoke weed. And, they had to, follow the rules. So I felt like she got big up because people made her feel like the rules should not apply to her. So I feel like she's still following that same mindset of, okay, because I got fucked up at this one time, then I can say whatever and people will still support me. And I'm like, no, ma'am, go sit down, get some media training, grow up a little bit, and just be more mature and be an athlete. Like, cause she's great in her field, but that don't mean shit if you an asshole.
For me, the first time when I heard that interview initially, I had no issues with anything that she said about hyping herself up, because for some reason, people want to see Black women head down and see them being sad and stuff when they lose races. And then y'all always be the one saying, pick your head up, pick your head up. And when she shows you that she picked her head up and she hyping herself up, then y'all want to be mad. So I saw absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think, like Jay Lee mentioned, she's definitely young. She's been thrown into the public's eye, so she's learning her way. She does need media training, like a lot of these old folks out here in the industry. So for the most part, I don't really have no issues with how Shikari is moving. My only issue is I give you this pass of being humble now. When you continue to show your lack of humility or whatever, then it's going to start to decrease. So the response that she gave to this person saying, oh, the encouraging words is like nothing. At the end of the day, that person is giving you more than what the public is giving you. They out here clowning you. Whereas this person over here praising you and telling you to keep your head up, whatever, whatever. So it's like, just accept what it is that they're saying. So that lets me know that, once again, this young lady is still going through a lot of things. As much as she may show us she's not bothered by losing, she is. And she's probably still dealing with the fact that she lost her mom. She got a lot of weight on her shoulders. She's trying to make her family proud, and she didn't really do the things that she initially wanted to do. So she's definitely taking it hard. And she's taking, in my opinion, the approach that a lot of Black women take when they are hurt. They don't like to show that hurt. They like to portray as though I'm good, I'm strong, I'm happy, you ain't got to worry about me. But it's also okay to be hurt as well. But my thing is with the public. Don't be sitting up here trying to chastise her, whereas if she had her head hanging low, y'all would sit up there and tell her to pick your head up. And that's that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I couldn't agree with y'all more. I think you made a really good point when you said lack of humility. That's what it was for me. Whenever I first heard about her and the situation came out, yes, I agree that, some of the rules should be changed. Like, how are y'all promoting marijuana businesses, yet the athletes can't smoke? But the thing is, for me, I was feeling like, why wait until you get into the position to run for Black people to try to fight this fight? Like, that should have been something that was fought for all along. Don't wait until you get this opportunity and then everybody wants to cape. So I feel like two things can be true. It's the lack of humility for me, especially that tweet when she tweeted about liked the tweet about the Jamaicans. I don't know what the Jamaicans did to her. But again, the interview to me was something that we see many athletes do, especially in boxing. They talk their shit. So the interview after the race to me was kind of just like, whatever. But it was the tweets for me.
And that's the weird part. I feel like that. I think nobody has an issue with her interview stuff. It's that social media shit that we like, girl, calm down. Because I think all athletes after their game or whatever it is, they all say they shit. That's fine. You can't then go on social media liking shit that's like passive aggressively going at your fellow colleagues in the field. Like, you can't say on camera, I support all women, but then on social media you liking tweets that are negative about your counterparts. I think that's why her downfall would be, that you can't be both ways, because some folks is not gonna like you being petty on Twitter, because then why should I support you? Because you are speaking negatively on a whole different race and culture of people. So you like that shit ain't fair.
I want to speak
on yeah, I seen that too.
People can say what they want to, but I just find it very hypocritical when people who are out there doing everything against the damn Bible want to throw God in something and act like they're so, oh my God, I can have premarital sex and go against everything that's in the Bible, but then as soon as it suits me, I can get mad and want to be like, oh my God, that's evil. So I kind of feel like people be on clout, like where I'm gonna act mad or act bothered by something that I really don't give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you this mad about shoes you're not gonna get? Like, what difference do it make to you? You wasn't about to get them shoes. And I'm glad y'all brought that up, because that's the next topic. The next topic is Lil Nas X in these damn shoes, but how there was not a similar outcry when this white boy, Tony Hawk, did blood-infused skateboards. I guess because they did it for charity. Him infusing his own blood in the paint to then sell with these skateboards. And I'm just trying to understand, how it is that people often see all of the evil in something when Lil Nas X, does the Satan shoes with the blood in it. He does the same type of shit, which to me, sharing blood in any type of way gives me sacrificial type shit. You know what I'm saying? So like anytime you giving up your blood for the selling of something, I feel like there's some like ulterior or back or, you know, just spiritual fucked upness about that. But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck because I ain't buying that shit. So I don't get upset about stuff I'm not about to, you know, go and purchase myself. But people got so upset, and I feel like people definitely with Lil Nas X are more uncomfortable with the fact that he don't give a fuck about how y'all feel about him being gay. I think y'all are more uncomfortable with that than y'all all about the satanic shit, because Bone Thugs and Harmony and DMX and everybody else put satanic shit in their videos, in their imagery, in their music, and nobody made a big deal out of it. The gay boy does it, and now all of a sudden, you know, everybody's crying. But I love the fact that he drew this correlation to Tony Hawk, who did this exact same type of situation and did not get that same backlash. What do you ladies think?
I agree. I agree with you, Bondi, because the whole time I'm looking at this, number one, I think the question was like, was he wrong or something? I'm like, Tony Hawk is absolutely wrong. The public is wrong for not going in on him. First of all, I don't want nobody blood on nothing. I don't want to buy nothing with nobody blood on it, number one. Number two, I feel like, in my opinion, it is because he's gay. And then in addition to that, I feel like it's because he's a black gay at that. When Madonna has gone on these award shows and done whole award shows that appeared to be satanic, nobody said anything. They actually were okay with it. But if Beyonce got on the stage and did the same thing, it's going to be a completely different response for her. So I definitely agree that Tony Hawk, and I don't care if it was for charity, I feel like it's out of line. You don't have to put blood on no skateboard just to do whatever for charity. So I think people are being biased because he is primarily gay, and then second, I think it's because of his race.
I think it's a mute point only because I think we all know why. Because Tony Hawk's a white man. He's a rich white man. He's a straight white man. So I feel like when people say, "Well, why didn't?" It's because he's a white man. And I think I don't care if Tony Hawk or Lil Nas X put blood in whatever. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not offended when someone does something that I'm not gonna buy. Mm-hmm. So if he wants to put blood, urine, semen, I don't care. It ain't my shoe. I ain't gonna buy it. Leave me be. So it's weird to me that not only did they get mad at Lil Nas X, but also Tony Hawk. Fuck Tony Hawk. Fuck Lil Nas X. It's their shit. Let their fans buy what they want. It's weird because Lil Nas X is a black gay man, and they loved him on Little Town Road or whatever the song was, or the Old Town Road. But once he kind of came out and he's been his full self, they have an issue with whatever he do. So I feel like whenever somebody comes after him, I don't pay any mind. Like, I don't want to give any attention to someone coming after him because he's gay. Mm-hmm. So they can like support him in whatever way you want to. But I'm like, I don't fuck them shoes, fuck them skateboards. Let them both be them. Because I'm not gonna buy it anyway. So I don't care. But it's because it's a white, straight, rich man.
Mm-hmm. I agree with what y'all are saying. I think the reason why we got the reaction we did is because Lil Nas has branded himself as going against the grain, which I like about him. But people don't like that about him. So I feel like that's the reason why his shoes had the reaction that it had. Whereas Tony Hawk, he's known as dude next door. Like, people love Tony Hawk. That's how they branded him. That's another reason why we didn't know about the blood on the skateboard until Lil Nas X actually brought it up in comparison. So I really think it just has to do with the way Lil Nas X has branded himself. But I think both of the shit is weird. So I didn't really give a fuck because I wasn't buying it, just like Jay Lee said.
And we know Lil Nas X is a troll. So I do feel like he's smart enough to know when he do something, he gonna put it out in a way that's gonna piss people off. He could have easily just did like that, a whole Satan shoe. It could have been like him some blood shoes. It could have been blood, sweat, and tear shoes. But I feel like he know I'm a troll y'all. I'm gonna make y'all hate me because y'all already do. So it's like,
I don't think he's actually like worshiping the devil. I don't think.
I know, but I think he know. I think he know how to market things to get people talking, and that's smart. So my thing, so I can't be upset at the hate he gets because he does things to get it. So it's like you can't do something knowing what's going. Like, no one would have thought I'm gonna put out some Satan shoes. It's gonna be great. It's like, no, people gonna have an issue with that because that's how they are. So it's like that's like I don't care because he did it on purpose. Right? He's like, I'm gonna troll y'all.
Bloody shoes, stupid ass. Anyway, I wanted to say something about what the fuck we was just talking about with this nigga. Anyway, but yeah, Lil Nas X is absolutely just a troll. You know what I'm saying? He just likes to piss people off because I think that's his response to how y'all feel. But I think what people are forgetting about the satanic aspect is y'all tell gay people they will go to hell. So when you keep telling people that, they internalize that thought. And once they internalize it, it shows up in the way they want to do their art and act out and show you, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to hell. Well, motherfucker, I'm gonna slide down that bitch on a stripper pole with some braids to the back, and you know, kill Satan and then become Satan. Like I'm gonna do all that shit. Like it's not real. And I think I need for people to understand that you have seen this imagery time and time again, and only now do you have all of this, oh my God, you know, this satanic and da 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 da. It's like you've seen this before, y'all. Like the fuck y'all thought Damien what? Never mind. Let me
I like his shoot. I like his songs though.
Oh, I do too. I like the Montero.
I love the songs. And not only, I mean, one of the show called Lucifer. One of the TV show called Lucifer. No, I'm saying wasn't a show called Lucifer. So it's like that was about.
That's my show.
So I be like, you know, when people, oh my God, it's like.
I can't wait.
I mean, and Drake was saying 666 for about a whole 2 years straight. So it's
Beyonce got demon time.
Yes.
It's all relative.
Yeah. So it's just like, stop tripping. Anyway.
Yeah, I love Industry Baby.
What? Y'all see I did my workout. One of my workout TikToks said shit.
I love that song.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna stop. What's next, y'all? Because I feel like I want to go here because I feel like we need to talk about this because we women's, we sisters, okay, in the Lord. Okay, after we finish talking about all that satanic shit, let's okay, go ahead and cross my heart like the true Catholic that I am. Tamar and Tracy made up, y'all. Let me read to y'all what they said. There is nothing like sisterly love. Over the years, the Braxton sisters have shared their family ties and Braxton family values. But it's no secret these hoes don't like each other. Recently, Tamar Braxton took to Instagram to show her big sister Tracy just how much she loves her, as she apologized for negative comments she made in the past. Random appreciation post to my beautiful, funny, amazing sister, the real Tracy Braxton. I regret this time the most. Tamar Braxton's open statement references past tweets of her downplaying her sister's talent. The two were at odds during the time, and Tamar Braxton is now taking accountability for her actions. I'm like, what? Being the host of Bad Girls Club put some shit into perspective for you, did it, bitch? Because you was on there grandstanding like you don't know nothing about acting ugly with a bitch for no reason. But you know what? I digress. She said, I was spoiled and stupid, selfish, self-righteous, and overly sensitive, and I made you feel like shit with this irrational, non-deserving post. I think this is when our relationship took a turn for the worse. Child, when the sisters come and act like they got some sense for 5 minutes. Over the years, Tracy and Tamar have clashed. Okay, but fans of Braxton family values witness things take a whole nother turn. Last time we saw them, it was putting a porridge. Okay, they were putting hands on each other. We didn't know what was going on. Thought Tracy was gonna whip Tamar's ass at that wedding. But either way, Tamar said, my big sister, and I love you with my entire heart. Keep being you. Do y'all think this is real, or do y'all think she gonna go back to being an asshole? Because I think she gonna go back to being an asshole, to tell you the truth. I want to be wrong. But I've been, on this roller coaster with them for years now. And I feel like people like Tamar always act like they got sense, and they come and they, apologize. And then they get right back on their bullshit at the next family get together.
Tamar apologized every 6 months. So I feel like, girl, and I feel like the fact that she didn't tag Tracy means sum up. Tracy didn't respond, sum up. When I first saw it, I'm like, I think Tracy's sick. I think Tamar wants to publicly say how much she loves her sister, because the last photo we saw of Tracy at her son's, I think with the wedding, she looked sick. I'm not saying in a good way. I'm just making an observation that she did look sick. And I think Tamar wanted to make it seem like they better. But I feel like Tamar, the best way to do that is to not even address it publicly. Like, send it to her in private. Like, text her, call her, do that. And then once y'all good, okay, then maybe, to me, it seemed like she was saying that so Tracy would know it. not like Tracy knew it. And my thing is, I shouldn't have to say anything publicly that my friends don't already know privately. And that's the thing that's weird for me. So I think Tamar, again, every 6-7 months, she's delivered. She's brand new. She's fixing herself. And I'm not saying that she isn't doing that, but I think it's giving me, let me make y'all think I'm still fixing shit. But in 6 more months, if I'm pissed off, I'm going to still say something crazy. But I mean, I don't, it's weird.
I agree with everything Jaylee said. This is exactly what I was thinking. As soon as Bonded, when you was reading this, I was like, is Tracy sick? Like, is something wrong with her? Because that's the first thing that came to my mind. They have been on and off for many years, and I don't see it being any different moving forward. I feel like Tracy has some deep rooted issues with Tamar that stems all the way back from childhood that she's have yet to let go. And I don't think an Instagram post is going to be enough. An Instagram apology is going to be enough for her to just move on from. So I do think Tracy is sick. I'm hoping that she isn't, but that's what it's looking like. And Tamar has shown us that we can't necessarily trust her. So I'm sure her sisters feel the same way. So I definitely see her doing something else before the year is out.
I just had to look up that post. I didn't even recognize her. I left one website and went to another one because I'm like, nah, that's not the right picture. So I hate if she is sick, but I agree with everything y'all are saying. Tamar, we've seen too much stuff play out on social media. And if that's your sister, you shouldn't have to come to us with that. So, I guess we'll see. I don't really follow Tamar because it's usually always the same thing.
Well, all right then, y'all. We have a new segment we're about to get into. It is called Make It Make Sense. Okay, listen. I love when we come together to express, facial expressions. Okay, so I want to start.
You should have used the first one I sent you. Remember the first one I sent you? You should have used that one, and that would have been. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Your first picture.
Remember what I first sent?
Jaylee, you gonna send us all straight to hell. You are. So yeah, y'all. First, I want to start with Make It Make Sense, the crate challenge. Have y'all been seeing all these people busting their fucking faces doing this crate challenge, y'all? I'm so tired of challenges. Like, I haven't even really watched that challenge that people are doing, the scholarship thing. I haven't even watched that shit because I'm like, y'all are not about to continue to make my nerves bad, because that's what I feel like y'all want to do. Y'all just want to make a bitch nerves bad. So I haven't really been keeping up. But this challenge, on the other hand, child, the first one that got me was I forgot that dude named light skin with a beard or whatever, the comedian that was walking on a crate rolling a joint. And Lyric was like, yeah, it's easy walking up that bitch rolling a joint, but when you walk down, that's gonna be all. And he was stealth with it. He was rolling a joint and he rolled all the way down. He got to the last step, he licked it and he connected, and they handed him the lighter, and it was triumph over the hood, and the Hood Olympics was begun with that light of a joint. So now everybody's trying it, and there are some of y'all that I just don't understand why y'all doing this to yourselves. You ain't got no hand-eye coordination. Your feet don't work.
Or no health insurance.
No health insurance.
Stay woke.
Okay, I stay woke because you're gonna get hurt. So they said somebody died. I don't know.
I bet they did.
What do y'all think? And where y'all getting all these fucking crates from, bitch? Where they? Y'all going to the grocery?
I think they had them at Kroger for 99 cents. Somebody had a store where they had them all lined up towards the front for 99 cents.
I thought it was $9.99. I was like, I know y'all taking these cards from somewhere because ain't nobody paying $10 a card.
Ridiculous. Damn ridiculous. So y'all allowing them to not only film y'all looking a fucking fool, but get money off you too, when y'all could just go and scrape these from behind the Winn-Dixie?
Okay. Every time I see him, I be thinking about Juvenile. Was it Juvenile? Wobbity wobbity, drop it like it's hot. Because that's literally what happens when I see it.
Low key, I want to do it though. I ain't gonna lie, I actually do want to do the challenge.
Just a little bit.
See,
I
But that's
actually
because
do.
I have femininity. Shout out to Alex. What I really dexterity. Now I work out, you know what I'm saying, and I want to see if I could balance myself. But I will not do this. You know why? Because if I fall, my ass is too old to not be hurt the next day. So I'm just gonna keep it cute, keep my ass on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
It's like the people who are falling, it's like y'all building it too high for one. Like it should be like a little one. Like a little one, see how you can go, but it's like to build it up. So I seen the one dude who kicked it down. I'm like, why you kick it down when the man walking across it? I was like, it's crazy. And I feel like the crate challenge versus the scholarship challenge is I like the I'm not gonna sit my mama or grandmama down and say they was a prostitute. Because to me, that's just
why would you do that?
I would not do that. My
mama get slapped. The taste will be slapped.
Yeah, I would get slapped. So I'm not gonna do. So that one is more funny and rude or whatever. But the crate one, I'm like, one, who was the first to do it and why? Again, where are y'all getting so many crates from? Okay, who was scheduling these meetings of all these people? Like, who building the crates? And I'm like, and why? Some crates look cheap. Some crates look, expensive. So I do think that's, different or whatever. But it doesn't make any sense. The people who I've seen who made it across is like cool, but like now what? I don't get the point of it. And when I seen the prisoners in prison, who gave the prisoners crates? How did they get crates in prison? It's weird. I don't like it. It's stupid.
I would be cool with the crate challenge if they actually had something soft to catch people's falls surrounding it. Like in between both of the crates, as people if they had like some, I keep thinking of like, what's some little blow up things that people like? Anywho,
the bounce,
like inflatable things. Yeah,
like a mat.
Yeah, if they had something that they can bounce off of or something that'll catch they fall, cool. But y'all not even doing it, so y'all falling hard to the concrete or to the grass, breaking y'all bones and stuff. And some of y'all ain't even got insurance for all of that. That's the game for me.
Have y'all seen the handicapped man do it? With no legs.
Nope.
I have to send it to y'all.
I'm gonna tell y'all.
I can't.
I've seen the beginning, but I'm like, I'm not doing it, and I scroll past.
If he handicapped, how get up there? What did he crawl?
I'm about to send it to y'all. Let me try to find it. I saw it on my cousin.
Now I did see a black woman do it in heels and made it all the way over to the other side.
I like that one.
Yeah, she was looking like the New Year's.
Like that before. Yeah. That's why she did it like that, because there was the meme. Remember? Like, me, the climbing the ladder of success on the way to the other side or whatever the fuck you see those black lady on them all the time.
Somebody need to add crates to the calendar for July. Whoever's been calculating every instance, make sure you add crates to.
They did.
I'm sorry, to August.
They already did.
They did.
Mm-hmm. I saw it on Twitter.
I need
it's
to
been
find
a crazy
it.
year.
I know. I need to save that.
It's stupid.
She sent it?
Not yet.
Nah, I can't find it.
Okay.
I'll find it later. I'll let y'all know.
All right. Okay.
That man, somebody fix that man's legs and his arms. It's stupid. It's not even the point to it.
This guy here in this photo that Bondi had up looked like he literally was bust his kneecaps. Like that's all.
He about to die.
Bro, look at the height. Like, look at the height.
They
built up way too high.
At level 1 is on 1, then you go to 3. So how was he gonna get down from there anyway? Unless they didn't have enough crates and somebody was moving them around.
That's
they stole them off from the grocery market.
I hope he fell onto a mattress because that road.
I feel like they're gonna have peanut butter jelly all on the side of the sidewalk if somebody gonna have something down there.
Jen and Juice says she has the link to the handicap man. Send it to the Ooh Ladies First Instagram.
Thank you so much for the super chat. It started here in Cleveland and it was for a lot of money. Everyone else doing it for fun. Thank you. We appreciate you letting us know that. That
for
makes
fun and pain.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did somebody send it to the page? Cause baby, do it like it's your birthday. We're gonna move on. Okay. Well, we might return to this later. Okay. But I need to talk about Miss Joseline Hernandez. Okay. This lesbian right here. This stud, this STEM bitch right here. Okay. Had the nerve to get her ass up on social media and agree with Boosie's comments about the kids and us and the agenda that is attacking the kids. And she like, y'all, I'm not about to go look for this shit because I already know what the ignorant bitch said. The ignorant bitch got up there and said, because my Bonnie Bella, y'all not gonna brainwash her. Okay, y'all not gonna brainwash Bonnie Bella and put that in front of her. Mind you, big ass bisexual bitch. Then 8 hoes, fucked hoes on national television and everything else. So it's okay for you to create this crazy ass content and be bisexual and be with women on your show and have threesomes and all of that shit that you have been publicly known for doing. And now all of a sudden you want to make sure that Bonnie Bella is not exposed to the gay agenda, my nigga. Like, it's in your house though. Somebody, please.
I can't make that make sense.
Make it make sense.
And it don't. Just like she said in her most of the things Joseline says don't make sense. She said, I've been in this game for 10 decades. And I didn't catch it till I saw a clip later on. That's 100 years. Joseline. Just based off that, I have no comment for Joseline.
Yes, Jason. She did eat out the maid.
I don't be understanding why people only focus on the gay agenda that's being put in front of them versus all of the other agendas that be out there that's being put out in front of them. Somebody can say you're pushing an agenda with your stripper show and then trying to disguise it as a cabaret. But ain't nobody saying that. That's why I don't be understanding. That's why it's like sometimes you only can take people's words with a grain of salt because they pick and choose certain scenarios and situations to benefit their point, which doesn't make sense at times.
Excuse me, you saying ballistic?
And wait a minute now.
Ballistic and bisexual.
I saw a bunch of comments on that. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
What? I did not know that.
I didn't know that.
Like it's your BD. I couldn't believe her. Go ahead, JD.
I think I try to ignore Boosie. I ignore Joseline because I feel like Boosie on the Breakfast Club was saying how, we got to protect the kids. But he don't care about gay females. And that's what angers me, that like, if you are really against people being gay and want to protect kids, do not only make it about gay men. And that's what aggravates the fuck out of me. And then for Joseline, who is a known bisexual, who is on camera doing shit, it's like you are the bad representation to your daughter. Like you, Ballistic, Stevie J, all of that. So I'm not surprised she agreed with him because Joseline is full of shit most of the time anyway. People like her because she's entertaining, but I'm like, at her core, she's an asshole. She's just as bad as them. So I'm like, anyone who says that when they are the problem is the problem. So I'm like, I just kind of ignore it. But I'm not surprised. Someone brought up how T.I. agreed too. And I did see King, was it King? Yeah, not King. King. King's his 17th birthday party. And there were strippers, it were naked women dancing around there. So my thing is, you against corruption, but you got naked women at your 17-year-old son's birthday party. Make it make sense. Boosie, you have ask women to, do things for money on your Instagram. So like, what part of y'all are the toxic ones creating bullshit for the kids? Don't y'all get T.I., Boosie, and all of them, Joseline Hernandez? It's bullshit.
Here's the thing though, with T.I., technically what he did was legal because his son is of age to have a stripper, I guess. 17 is technically legal here in the South. So, even if you feel like that's, not okay, that's still more reasonable than Boosie getting a prostitute that he slept with to fuck his 12-year-old son and nephews. That. And then
CPS.
Huh?
CPS.
Okay. Child protection. Someone called them 911. But the other thing I heard, and I didn't listen to the whole Breakfast Club interview because I don't have the energy or the time for that type of fuckery. But I did hear him say, I don't believe it, when he was talking about his son's girlfriend who's pregnant right now, I believe, and about to give him his first grandchild. And he was going off about how I don't believe it. She tried to trap my son. And it's like, so you're mad when he choosing to fuck on a little girl, But when he getting fucked on by some old bitch that's giving him emotional issues, it's all okay. I want Boosie to admit that he's gay. And then he comes out this week and says that, oh, my manager, the nigga getting half my money is gay. I'm like, yeah, because you gay too, nigga. That's the part. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. I've never heard him actually address that everybody thinks that Boosie is just gay and doesn't want to admit it to himself, which is why he's so obsessed. Because like most people know, when you are comfortable in your sexuality as a heterosexual man, you do not bother yourself with what's going on with gay people. Like, that's just not how any of this works. But yeah, y'all.
Yeah, they both have spent a good portion of their lives smelling spray paint and Sharpies. So, I mean, I ain't got...
I was eating chips, sorry. What I want to say is, I feel like, look, I don't have any issue with people who just don't agree with someone being gay. That's their opinion. My issue is, you can't have that same notion, but only for gay men. So like, it just doesn't make any sense. You're only doing that because you want to fuck somebody who has a dick. So I just wish Boosie, and not only that, there are people who don't like gay people who don't say shit. They don't like it because that's just their own preference or whatever, but they don't feel the need to go out and like be against it like publicly because it doesn't affect them. You can not like something, but if it has nothing to do with you, you keep it pushing. And Boosie keep inserting himself in the bullshit. I'm like, if you don't like it, fine. Don't let your kids see it, but don't make it seem like someone else is pushing an agenda. Because on the interview, Charlamagne asked him if straight kids can watch stuff that would make them gay, then why haven't all the gay kids who watch straight shit turn straight? He had no answer because he knew it was stupid. And I like the fact that Charlamagne and them allowed Boosie to be stupid, but also pressed him on his stupid response. Like they pressed him about the bullshit he was saying. And I feel like sometimes you have to allow fools on your platform to expose themselves as fools and break down why they foolish. And he did it in a great way. So it was an interesting interview because the shit he was saying, that he then said straight people can't be straight because gay people say we are doing things. I'm like, gay folk don't fuck with us. They don't. We fuck with them. And I like that Charlamagne was like, no one does. Like, that's not true. Like, that's not true. So Boosie is just a fool. Let him be a fool over there.
Okay. I agree with all of, what she had said just then. You know what I'm saying? If you're not gay, that's great for you. But, don't be so upset about it. You know why? Because it doesn't have anything to do with you. That's why. I forgot about this for gossip, but what y'all feel about Beyonce and Jay-Z and this blood diamond situation? I personally feel like everybody's fake woke. I don't want a fake diamond. 80% of diamonds are made in terrible conditions, whether they are blood diamonds or not. They're made in terrible conditions. People probably out here sweating, dying and shit so you can get your little funky diamond on your ring. It's capitalism. It's a system in which we live in. It's not right. It's not okay, but we all play into it in one way or another. And I always think it's so funny when people go for Beyonce and Jay-Z in this, we should be so mad at them because they got the Basquiat. They don't own it, okay? They don't own it. Rich white people own it. Calm down. The diamond, they don't own that either. Rich white people own that too. They just being pictured here with it. And everybody loses their shit. So I just wanted to see, what y'all's opinions were about this.
I have to agree when you say fake woke. Yes, blood diamonds are an issue, but the thing is, like, why wait until this necklace gets passed to Beyonce for you to bring it up when she's the fourth woman to wear it? And I think one of the women who they said wore it was Audrey Hepburn. That was decades.
This was the Breakfast at Tiffany. This was an ode to Breakfast at Tiffany's, the movie, in Audrey Hepburn. That's why she looks like this.
Decades ago. So I'm just like, why should she not wear it? The necklace exists. So at this point, like, it's pointless.
And y'all don't be doing this with every kiss begins with K. Y'all be down there every Christmas and Valentine's
Don't
Beach.
Don't it? I don't really know a whole lot of how to really feel. I feel like I'm just really learning about what a blood diamond is, to be honest. But I'm glad y'all brought up fake woke, because people will mention this blood diamond, or diamonds in general, that individuals are wearing. In this case, it's about Beyonce. But where was this entire uproar for Drea? They got a whole sweatshop with a lot of these celebrities that have, or just anybody, the clothes you see in Walmart. A lot of these people be overseas and wherever they
Your
at
cell
working for
phone.
pennies. They over there sweating. They still going through stuff. Ain't nobody talking about that. So
Exactly.
yeah, it's like, y'all, it's whatever.
And to be clear, from what I understand about what blood diamonds are specifically, is they are diamonds that are not only mined in terrible conditions, but they are mined in areas of conflict. So
Mm.
that means basically how I see it is that, like, when there's blood on the streets, you buy property. That's a saying I've always heard ever since, like, the Holocaust. Whenever there's something terrible going on in the area, or whenever some type of clear people cause issue in a certain area amongst tribes, and they start killing each other for whatever reason, and then these people come in, steal, and then sell shit and make billions and millions of dollars. So, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, y'all know who y'all should be mad at, and it ain't really them. But, go off. Either
My
way.
thing is there are a lot of Amazon's a sweatshop. So I feel like for anybody to come to make it seem as if Beyonce is wrong for this blood diamond, or even Drea for that matter, I feel like Beyonce and Jay-Z does too much for the world in different pockets for me to ever feel like they're out here trying to do something wrong. I'm like, they are like very, very socially conscious. I'm like, Beyonce, but she don't even post it on her own social media. So if you thinking she out here in blood diamonds or doing bullshit, you just don't like her or don't like Jay-Z. But I did see the Drea post, and I feel like, excuse me, I think people don't get everything that has people working closely together is a sweatshop. Sometimes it's just a workspace where mass amount of stuff is being made. I'm like, what do y'all think our clothes come from? What do y'all think y'all shoes come from? Do y'all think it's a nice little factory on downtown somewhere? No. Things are being made in sweatshops all over the world. Your cell phone, your weave, your sweater, your shoes all come from somewhere. Most shit ain't even made here. Even an assembly line is a fucking sweatshop because you have people lined up with each other doing, it's all a fucking sweatshop. So don't make it seem as if Beyonce and Jay-Z, or even Drea for that matter, is out here doing something that nobody else is doing. Amazon Prime workers are sweatshop workers. They complain all the time about the bad conditions. But y'all was playing about Beyonce? The Basquiat. He wouldn't want that. How do y'all know? Did you talk to him? Told you that. It's like people like to put their own shit on other people, and I don't like that. When I seen the Drea picture, I was like, that this looked like a sewing room shop. It may happen to be over there because it is cheaper, but again, that does not make it a sweatshop. So I think people like to put shit on people when that may not be the case. When I see Amazon workshops, I complain about that shit. Okay, I ordered something on Tuesday. It should not get here on Wednesday unless it's a sweatshop somewhere making my hair now. So it's like, let's not act like that's not how the world works within clothes, shoes, and stuff. It's all a sweatshop.
This is what I wanted to say about the Basquiat thing, because I said the same thing. How do y'all know? But then I watched Erica De Niro's video, and she loves Basquiat, and is really into black art and some other like prestigious black artists that she named. And she talked about how his life really was against that, and how he died of a drug overdose, and just kind of talked about Basquiat. If y'all don't know his story and y'all ain't seen that movie or whatever, it's sad, but he great artist. Either way, I feel like whether he wanted that or not, there are so many things that black people have created that we did not want white people to come and take and then mass produce, and they did it anyway. And some of y'all are better for it. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that might be true, but them rich white people still own the Basquiat. So now what? You know what I'm saying? Whether it was pictured in the Tiffany ad or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody who is being paid from all of the same capitalism that he spoke against still owns his art. What you gonna do? So that's all I have. Anybody else?
They can't afford a diamond.
Okay.
You complain about the shit you can't afford to buy. I can't afford that shit.
If you can afford it, you will get it, because don't nobody want no cubic zirconias.
Yeah.
A bitch want a ruby though. I want a real nice red ruby or emerald. Anyway, so So y'all, I believe that that's all the topics I had. Okay, and we can go ahead and get into the TVT of it all. I was feeling that. Okay. And listen, before we get into TVT, hold up, is it in here? It is.
Maybe they hear it.
Okay.
Y'all know I made one of my videos too because I feel y'all know we be on live for a long time and we be thirsty sometimes. I'm like, we need like a little 30-second little pause. I need some water. So y'all
did intermission.
Yeah, it's so funny because
right.
I actually was thinking, I was like, should I put this in there so that they could use it in their videos too? And then you had made one, so I was like, well, I guess she didn't did it already. So, but I was like, shit, because I be loving that shit when it's the little break I be needing right quick.
It's a little break. Even 30 seconds, it's like, okay, I can wipe my eyebrows, sip some water, fix my boob, kiss. You do stuff in a little break of it all.
You do. You really do. So, Love and Hip Hop Miami, y'all, it's back. It's back and it's season 4. And honestly, they came with a ratchery that we were missing from Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Now, it's just the first episode, but it's starting off very promising.
Okay? I liked it.
I did too. I enjoyed the episode. So, basically, I'm just going to give y'all the 4 bullet points that I have on this shit, and then we can just run it. Okay? So, first of all, we got new people. We already know Trina, Trick, and Suki. Now we got Nore, who is a rapper / Jamaican artist who started the Drink Champs podcast, which is very popular. Okay? But I thought they said it was Jamaican music. I didn't say he was Jamaican. I thought the music was Jamaican.
He said Columbia. Wait, was it? I think it
whatever.
was.
We brought some type of island shit to the Americas, nigga. Whatever. Okay, like I don't even care.
But he's from New York. Oh, you don't know Noriega?
Yeah, from Queens.
No, I'm from the South. I don't really be knowing these niggas like that. Like we was on Lil Wayne and them hard. Like if you wasn't huge, we didn't really know about you.
I didn't know who he was either.
He was huge back in the day. Noriega and Capone.
Wait, what'd you say?
It was Noriega and Capone.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I thought you said something that I heard of before, and I was like, wait, nah.
Girl went over me. I didn't know shit. Anyway, but he got an alcohol problem, obviously, since he runs Drink Champs. That's why the nigga ain't got no driver's license, sitting up there acting like, oh, people was taking pictures of me. And so I left. Nigga, if people taking pictures of you down to the DMV, they taking pictures of you down to the Walmart and everywhere else too. With your ass stay inside, boy, bye. I feel like he's an alcoholic, and his old lady who is beneath him, her name is Neri, I believe. She is opening a juice bar, and she wants him to pick up the pace when it comes to his fatherhood. But he can't drive the kids nowhere because he ain't got no fucking license. He always drunk, and he doesn't want to actually step up. But everybody around him is like, dude, she been holding you down. She your lover and your secretary, working every day of the week. You got to do the same for her. So their situation is promising for the drama. Okay, this girl in the yellow, I don't know her yet, so we skipping over her. Okay, and then we got Ace Hood and his old lady, Sheila Marie. Now, Ace Hood has changed, his style from back in the, early 2000s, 2007, 6, whatever, when he was working with DJ Khaled. He, is a little bit more conscious now since he's gotten married to Sheila Marie. She is a content creator. She says that she is like, what she said, yoga mixed with Hennessy or some shit like that. But, spiritualist, but, pro-black girl. Get you
Namaste and Hennessy.
Namaste and Hennessy. Thank you, sis. Okay, listen. So that's what she's into, and she has elevated him. The issue that they're having is now that he's independent, he can't afford to take care of his mom the way he used to, and the mom felt the way and blamed Sheila for it. And then When he tells her Sheila just had a miscarriage, Mama decides to bring up a baby he lost in 2011, which I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you trying to make him even more upset than he already is? I felt like that was a way to deflect from the fact that she was fucked up and she was still going to have a problem with Sheila. So we're going to see that that's going to happen again anyway. So that's them. They're cute. Much promise. And then Suki. We found out that Suki's manager is her mom. So she's doing this, and her mom is like standing right there. I'm like, wow, okay.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a cool mom. Not a regular mom, I'm a cool mom, you know. Girl, it sparked so many questions because we thought that lady ain't had no mama the way she act. And then she got this new nigga, and it's cute, they gross, but it's cute. And they want to name the baby Sharknado. I don't know what's going on there. He always got her feet in his mouth, whatever. Listen, as long as she's not throwing up on shit, I'm happy. Whatever. He's great. But they want to have more children. They already have 3 that spend most of the time with somebody else because she's on the road and doing shows. And now she's talking about, I want to be at home and be fruitful and multiply. And her mama, who takes care of her kids, is like, girl, no, calm the fuck down. We need to coordinate this, okay? Because you think you got more money than you got, So, yeah, y'all. Love and Hip Hop Miami is definitely giving us something we could feel. Tell me what y'all think.
I really liked Ace Hood's response to his mom when he said that a lot of Black moms depend on their son in a way that's not healthy. When he said that, and he had no malice or anything, no aggression when he told her that. He basically was like, I see why you think the way you think, but I'm letting you know this is my boundaries. I was like, yes, because that is so true.
With love.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, I see this a lot, especially with a lot of girls I went to high school with. They have a kid and they're like, oh, well, this baby loves me the way nobody else could. That's problematic. Because then you're setting expectations on a child that you should have for a partner. So yeah, I'm glad he said that. The other thing I wanted to comment on with Suki was whenever she said to her mama, I'm rich. And when she said that, she probably do got some coin, but I was like, what is rich for you to multiply the way that you want to multiply?
I don't think she's rich. I think she has more money than she's used to having. And so that's relative. So it's like you can be broke and then if you get $1,000, business, you can't borrow $1,000.
Right.
So I feel like if you were rich, you would, in my review, I said, if you rich, your kids will be on tour with you because you can afford to have them with you. Your kids will not be at home waiting for you with somebody else because you are rich enough to bring the kids with you. So switch on the girl back. With Ace Hood, I liked when he said, I'm not gonna make excuses for my wife, I'm going to protect her. Meaning you can't talk shit about her when she didn't do shit wrong. I didn't mind the mama bringing up the child that passed away only because she's like, I can get how hard you must have been because when you lost the first daughter, how hard you took that. So I think that was a way for her to say, I wish I would have came at you different now that I know about how you feel. Because he probably still sad about the twin child and also the miscarriage child. I like that he brought up how his wife helped him step his game up. She made him grow up a little bit. That's why I think him in 2000 with I'm so hood. And then him now, I feel like he's a grown man now. He's about his business now. And even him saying like, mama, I had to separate, finance and family because again, I'm not making that much money. He was speaking grown man talking. His mama didn't get it, but I do know later on she's going to be on some bullshit. I don't want Trina on the show no more because Trina every season comes and say, I had bad management. I was supposed to do this. I was supposed to do that. And it didn't go down or whatever. She has done the exact same thing each season. Nothing has changed. I mean, she had better wigs. But I feel like nothing is different from how she moved. Like, we still have no new music. The fact that they went to Atlanta for the 21st anniversary of her album, but she did not perform in Trick. I'm like, what? How are you this far into the game and you have that bad of management? I'm like, I don't get that. So I feel like if this show can't help you step up, then get off the show. That's all.
Nori not knowing how to drive. not that he don't know how to drive. He don't have a driver license. Even though I do believe that he doesn't know how to drive. He's from New York. I don't think he's ever really had to drive being in New York with their situation going on. So when he relocated to Miami, I feel like he probably got his license to say he has it, but I don't think he fully knows how to drive. I also don't like the way he relies on his wife, but I feel like that's some fault of her own for allowing the expectation to continue to be there, especially when y'all have kids. And I didn't really like the conversation that he had with his friends and him seeing that now she wants to venture out on her own. He has to be the dad to pick them up and drop them off and everything. And he doesn't want to do that. And I feel like that's selfish, that this lady put her life to the side for all these years to support you and her kids or y'all kids. And now it's your turn to switch. And you acting like you about to create some friction on that or some pushback on that. I don't think that's cool. Ace Hood and Sheila, I really like them together. The sit down he had with his mom, I love that he told her, like, I had to create some healthy boundaries, because she wanted to get straight to the stuff as soon as he sat down. Like, I barely said, how you doing, son? She wanted to get straight to the fact that he left her hanging or whatever. And that's why she really don't like Sheila, though, because she thinks Sheila had something to do with that. But I feel like the mom also, you just rely too much on your son. Like, you can't get out here and get it on your own. It just made me think about Eric from Put a Ring on It with the situation that he had with his mom, because he kept giving. She kept taking. Another thing that I love that Ace Hood did, he protected his wife in that conversation. Like, he had her back at the end of the day, because she was like, I thought I was the queen. I was always going to be the queen. And I'm like, as a mom, you should know at some point you're going to have to step to the side. And the person that's coming in, that's how you raised your son, right? So the person coming in is going to be the apple of his eye. It don't mean he got any love less for you. So I didn't really like how she did that. And I do feel like she was throwing the miscarriage up in his face in a sense. Or at least the past situation, the death of the child, because she said, oh, I wish I would have never said anything had I known that. But then you follow it up with, well, she should have seen you when you were down and out with the death. What do you mean she should have seen you when you were down and out with the death of that? What does that even mean?
Like a competition that, I was here when you were going through that.
Yeah, it was so awkward for me. I didn't really understand that at all. But I'm glad he put her in her place as he needed to protect his wife. And it seems like at the end of the day, those two are going to be able to have a good relationship. Because it's always good on Sheila end, because she seems like she leads with love, and mama just got to fall in line accordingly. Sukiana. Suki funny, okay? I couldn't get over this wild.
Dang. I hate it.
She'll pop back on.
As soon as I get a spoon in my damn mouth.
Nah, but what I will say is I feel like with Noriega and his wife, I wonder if she wanted to do something different, and so he's now coming on rap, because they're gonna be on Marriage Boot Camp too. So I do feel like this could be his way of helping her get her own stuff together and be on TV. So I'm like, because it's like that's the reason for it, in my opinion, because she wants to be out here. Well, to be out here on these shows.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, my phone just cut off. But with Sukiana, real quick, I couldn't get over the watch that she had in her head and the new name. I think she said Tornado, and then he said Shocknado or Shonado. And I said this in my review, and I'm gonna say it here. If your child name cannot be called over the intercom, rethink it. Okay, Shonado Jenkins, come to the office. It's not gonna work. If it's not connecting with the intercom, y'all need to choose a different name. I also feel like Sukiana's mom looks very, very young. I was like, interested. You about look older than your mama. And then the other thing for me was I hear an echo. The other thing for me was her saying she rich, and she used Cardi B and Young Miami in comparison with them carrying their their children. And I'm like, girl, you not even on the same level as them, so you can't even use them in comparison. And your mama have your kids. It don't seem like you have a lot of help like these ladies do. So that's another thing that you got to think about. And I also feel like I don't know if it was her idea to want to have more kids, or if it was him that wanted more, because it sounded like he just wanted one. And if he wants you to have more, like 2, 3, 4, understanding your career, I feel like that's selfish of him. And that's his way of trying to tie you down, lock you down, the same way we see that Spice Guy is trying to do with her or control her in some facet over there on ATL. But that's it.
Let me ask
and
y'all.
I think it's weird.
Let me ask y'all, because I seen this in a comment earlier. Do y'all think that Trina's relationship with old dude is fake and that he's gay? Because I like him, and I feel like he really is good for her. They've been together for
He's been around a couple of years. Yeah, I think because I like that he does not put himself in the forefront of her stuff. Like, I'm here, I'm beside her. That's what you need to know. I think people want to. I don't think that's the issue at all. But I do feel like with Sukihana, I think that it's weird to me that she thinks she rich. It's weird to me that she used Cardi B and some Young Miami as reasons to do whatever. Cardi B didn't have any kids for one. She already had success for two. She had already left Love Hip Hop for three. Even with Young Miami, she's in a group. They had a name. Like Sukihana's popular in porn on OnlyFans, and on her second season on the show. I think last season was the first one, if I'm not mistaken. But she's not, to me, she has not made a good enough name for herself to feel like I can go home and not work. You're not that, because you was that rich, you wouldn't be on the show. Mm-hmm. Give your own children. So I think she wants to, even the whole, I'm done. Don't film me. Okay, we'll go home. You not, she's entertaining, yes. That's fine. But you can't not be humble as if you make the show. I was surprised she came back, honestly, what you here for. But I don't like the fact that she feels like, because Cardi and I can someone said Summer Walker, because Cardi and Miami did it, she can also have more kids. You already have 3 kids? You're not married, and you're trying to still work and travel and have, citizens for the kids. No, ma'am, sit down somewhere and do not have no more kids just yet.
I want to know where Hood Brat is, because I feel like Hood Brat had a storyline for real, because I feel like her storyline was stronger than Sukihana's. She had to take care of her sister's kids because her sister passed away. And then in addition to that, wasn't she dating a dude that she ended up finding out was married or something like that? I feel like
wasn't a clown though.
You said she wasn't a clown. She wasn't a fool like Miss Sukihana.
Yeah.
Probably wasn't going to bring the entertainment. I still feel like they could have brought her back. She would have been more entertaining than Trina. I don't know.
They're gonna keep Trina because Trina's Trina. I think because it's Miami, I get that, but I do feel like Trina's boring, and Trina never has enough storylines to be a story on the show. So it's like her whole thing was, I'm on a boat that ain't mine. I'm now in Atlanta, can't perform, and now I'm back at the house. So it's like I feel like Trina does not even live up to being Trina. And for Sukihana, I think they brought her back because she is a fool. She's willing to act up for whatever they're paying her. I think Hood Brat would not do that. And I also feel like she brings drama. She brings the bullshit. She fucking Kill Bill. I'm like, Kill Bill? Really?
The other reason why I agree, the reason why I don't want Trina on the show, one of the reasons, is because I feel like some of the people that can't, it gives me shiny teas, basically. I feel like some of the people that really know Trina, they ain't gonna bring on the show to really create like a real storyline. And that's what I would want to see. The people that be on social media that may be dragging her, like bring Kaya. Kaya gonna be way more entertaining. And that's what I get. Like, I feel like Trina's on the show to make sure other people are not on the show. And I don't really like that.
I don't mind her being on the show. I wouldn't want someone else on the show who would only come on to dog Trina. I would rather have them have someone come on the show who's just interesting, and it has nothing to do with Trina. I do think this whole Miami thing, Trina is a big thing. So I get that's how it is there, but I would prefer if she wasn't there at all. But I also would not want her replaced with somebody who would talk shit about her. I'm like,
well, I think they'll add layers. Like, I feel like Kaya got a lot that she could talk about. She could drag her, but also what's been going on with your music?
We do not want to see that. She's not gonna film that damn basement.
You still with that wool paneling. I would think that she got a lot going on in her life.
I don't know if she's Kaya's a gagger. She do the read and gag, and was cute, but I don't care enough about Kaya to want to see her on that show, because I feel like Kaya said hell no. I feel like Kaya would still be on. Kaya would come on there and do the read and gag shit. I don't think she would come on here and really give us her life. I think that's why we have not seen her on any type of show. So for me, I need someone that even on their social media, they're open to talking, like showing us pieces of them. Mm-hmm. And Kaya, and that also ain't Trina. So I don't get why they're keeping her, but I also get why they're doing it. But I would prefer anybody else.
Same for Trick, because Trick ain't giving us nothing either.
Honey,
they just there for the name.
But I like the first episode though.
I like to bring Saucy Santana back.
Let me see you walk.
He on Zeus. He got a.
Where?
They shoot. He's shooting a dating show on Zeus. The
Oh,
dude who
okay.
owns Zeus did an interview on Breakfast Club. Yeah, so he doing that on Zeus.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Didn't know
Oh,
that.
so are we done with them?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Girl, listen, it wasn't much of nothing.
Nothing at all.
But Jock, I'm looking for my graphic. I feel like I had it in here. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there you go. Child. I'm about to be mad. Bitch, I know it's in here. Anyway, I'm blind, y'all. But anyway, so basically, Yandy's fake vow renewal, bitch, is you really married though? Is the question. Is you going to get fake remarried, bitch? Like, what's going on there? Rashida, menopause, girl, cut it out. You ain't having no baby. You ain't having girl. Listen, COVID, menopause, one of those two. Before I think you pregnant with Kirk's sperm baby, girl, child, please. I feel like Kirk not even fertile no more. Like, cut it out. I'd be so surprised if he getting other people pregnant. Anybody pregnant at this point? And
I was thinking, Bondi.
Listen,
she said my period ain't came, and then she said pregnancy. I said, what? That's not the direction I'm going. But I wasn't gonna say it, so I'm glad you did.
That's okay. I got you, girl.
I said it too.
And then Jock. So I don't like that Jock and his son got into that physical altercation, but I also felt like it was something that was going to happen because that often happens when young boys are at that age. They try to test their dads, and their dads have to show them that just because you're on the cusp of adulthood doesn't mean that I won't fuck you up. Mm-hmm. So I felt like this, what's his name?
Oh no,
Amani.
Amani. I feel like Amani had mad aggression towards Jock. And I think he has a lot of resentment because Jock wasn't there when he was younger. And Jock is probably a better dad to his younger siblings. He probably is, he's older now. So, of course, everything that Amani didn't get, all of these other kids were getting. And I feel like I didn't understand the severity of the situation until he talked to Fatima. And she cried about how they needed him and how hard it's been and how she worries about him. And they needed a daddy. They needed the second person. They needed somebody else to catch, the other half of this shit. And that's why I always be saying, y'all can say what y'all want to. Like, that shit is too hard, man. Like, single parent, I take my hat off to y'all, but that's not something I would ever, like, just be like, yeah, I'm going to just willingly aim for single parenthood because I feel like it's too hard. And I've seen it done. It's too hard. And child, I mean, it's not like you have a choice sometimes, because sometimes you be married and still end up being a single parent. So it ain't like it's a safe-proof situation or anything. But I feel like these days people do just be out here willy-nilly having babies with people that they really shouldn't be out here having babies with. I mean, child, look at Safari and Erica slipping and falling into marriage so that they can hurry up and have kids that he don't want to be there for. Child, look at this. Don't make no damn sense. But Jock, I wish Jock would have controlled himself more in that moment, but I felt it building up the whole time. Like, the whole time I was watching them, I'm like, Jock is about to lose his shit. And when dude stood up and was like, I didn't make it, and did like that was like enough. And it was like, I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to, nigga, but you ain't talking to me. Like, I think that was exactly where his, shit went. And it was upsetting. But like I said, I saw it happening from like that episode before. Like, that shit was building up, and they gotta go to therapy because his son is feeling away.
I agree. I think they do. I kind of took it a little different. I just felt like Jock took his anger out on his child when I felt like it was a misplacement. Like, your son wasn't the one that shot up the spot. It was somebody else. Like, granted, he is hanging with him, but I felt like all that, it was one thing to throw the chair, you frustrated with your child or whatever like that. But then it was another to just, haul off and attack this boy. It was like, you mad at your son for some stuff somebody else did that got you messed up. Granted, he may still be hanging around him and you could continue to beat that in his head, but I just felt like it was a misplacement of anger. And I think his son just ain't got no respect for him either, because he was talking to him in a manner that was like, okay, after your daddy done threw the chair, you may want to switch up your tone just a little bit. I didn't think he was gonna haul off and hit him, but at least like yank him up just a bit. So I feel like that boy don't have no respect, and I think he's at a place where he really not gonna have no respect for you now after you put your hands on him. So I feel like that was a misplacement. Another thing I wanted to highlight was really Bambi. Bambi going over having to sit down with Erica and mentioning how she hates when women say that they're gonna stay there for the kids, but she's leaving for hers. Yet y'all still having issues and you haven't left yet. That's it. I'm looking forward to seeing Mama D next week.
With Yandy and Mendici, we don't care. With Rashida, we don't care. I like the fact that I like the interaction between Jock and his son, because at some point your father gonna yoke your ass up. I do not think Jock hit him. I think Jock went to yoke him up and they cut the cameras. I don't think it was a fight. I think Jock thing was
that boy said you gonna hit me, your own son. That's what he said.
Gonna swing on me. I think
that's what he said. Swing on me.
So I think
when Jock went, it looked like
Jock just joked him up, and that's what it was. Security. So I don't see.
Swing? Was it Jock saying you gonna swing, or was it Amani?
No, it's the son.
Okay,
so I don't see an issue in that, because father and son at that age, and what that is, it happens. Fathers will yoke you up. Mamas will yoke you up too. It happens. So, but what I'm happy that is they didn't show it. I'm happy they had that moment off camera. We heard it, yes, but again, father and son. Jock was on live, and he kind of explained what happens and why he was so pissed. So, when his nephew was killed, when he was in I had hold of dude, he met his brother, his cousin or his uncle, whoever he worked with. When the nephew died, he had to hold his family member from watching the son die at Jock's club. So that's what Jock was saying. I had to watch our family cry over my nephew's dead body in my club. So that was one part of anger. And you still hanging out with dude who was around when that happened. He also brought up the reason he was so upset was the guy in question fought security. Security had to shoot the dude. Dude got shot in the face. So his thing was, you check it up on dude who got shot, but he got shot because he fought my security, and you acting like that's cool. So I felt Jock's anger, and you know what's been happening here. Your cousin died here. I was talking to your cousin before he died, and walked away just to go check something, and moments later he dead, and I'm having to console my family over my dead nephew, and you wasn't here to see that. So I think Jock's point was, he even said how you haven't given me half the issues I gave my father, but you still going in a different direction than what I went in, even though I was worse than you. And Jock's point was, you not fucking hear me when I'm saying you going down the wrong road. Your cousin died in my club. I don't want that to be you. And you hanging out with somebody who damn near died by fighting security in my club. So I completely get Jock's frustration and his fear that his son gonna get killed by doing dumb shit, and the son ain't listening. So when Jock threw the chair, I was like, he's getting pissed. And Jock said he don't see that I'm about to go dumb in this bitch, but he kept talking. And Jock also brought up how they had talked for a long time quietly, but it is built up and built up and built up. So sometimes as a father, you yoke your son up, and that's what happened.
The son smoking on camera and not seeing nothing wrong with that. Like, nigga, police are on the scene and you on camera on the premises smoking weed. Like, what's wrong with you?
So he making dumb moves. So I didn't mind the fight, because once I heard Jock explain the whole thing, I didn't mind it before, because you joke a nigga up. He's a kid, and his son is at an age to where I think he want to test Jock for Jock not being there. So it's also that energy too. But I like the fact that it's a real storyline. Like this is what love and hip hop should be. You know, Jock and the first baby mama, Jock and his son. You know, this makes sense to me to have this part of the show, but then to see Rashida and them talk about, I'm bitch pregnant, Jock fighting his son in the dead man's club, and you fucking in Dubai faking the pregnancy, bitch, get out my face. I feel like you can't have this fake shit, but then something really, really real that I love. So it's like it's catch-22.
I feel like in this situation, it's not really the message, it's the messenger. Everything Jock was saying made perfect sense, but I feel like the worst thing you can do as an absentee father is to be, or I don't know how absent he was, but he wasn't there as much as he should have been there, for you to be gone and then all of a sudden fall in line and try to assert some level of discipline. One, he thinks he's grown. There's some level of therapy that they need to go through before you just start trying to lay law. So I feel like by him And it was misplaced because that's kind of what he said in the confessional, that, you know, he had a lot going on. His anxiety was up, which is why he, you know, ran up on his son. But I just feel bad for the son. Not because I feel like the son is in any right, but I feel like this moment is going to scar him, and it's actually going to hurt his relationship with Jock, and it's going to hurt Jock more than it's going to hurt the son. So the whole thing is just sad to see. And people need to figure out how to, you know, become a parent in somebody's life after you kind of been gone. Just because you're that person's father doesn't mean that whenever you're ready to step up, you just step up and get in line and they just supposed to say yes, sir. So it's gonna be a lot of friction. So if anything, I feel like that situation was scarring to Amani.
Okay, I respect that. Shit. My daddy pulled a gun on my brother, but you know, that's a whole nother story for another time. It was that same type of moment where my brother was kind of like chessing up to my daddy. You know, he was in college and my daddy was like in school, you fucking up. My brother was like, you know, you ain't talking to me like, you know, next thing you know, clack, clack, you know, my brother's running and jumping out windows and shit. So, you know.
Ooh.
Yeah. So let's move on, you know, because we all have a story to tell. And I want to get into the couples of love after lockup. Honestly, I'm gonna start with Stan and Lisa. So Stan and Lisa looked at his money this episode, y'all. I said, why? Why, Stan? Why are you this dumb? Okay, right now, why are you this dumb? Okay, and then his Blue Lives Matter partner came over and they went to go and pick up this car that he's getting for Lisa that he's spending like $9,000 on. Plus, he spent $3,000 paying off her old tickets so that she could get her license that she still does not have. Okay, but you know, they had to insure the vehicle and all of these things. All right. Lisa has her brother come over to meet Stan. The brother was supposed to be coming over there to check Stan because Stan had threw her shit out onto the street. Her godmother Debbie was also there. Ultimately, like, what y'all gonna do? Because Lisa and Stan still gonna be together, but the brother felt like Lisa is using Stan, and we all know she is because she was talking to some bitch. That's right, y'all. Lisa got a bitch. What y'all say?
Lisa like pegging Stan, and Stan like getting pegged. Stan got the money. Lisa wants the money. It's so much of a mutual situation. It's just that he don't know she also likes women and probably wants to bring a woman into the situationship or whatever. Because I don't think she wants to stop messing with. I think she still wants to be with him because financially he's her support system. I think she wants to try to convince him to allow another woman to come into the situation. And I mean, if you like it, I love it. But I also feel like they're boring because it's like it only can go so far. Okay, you butt plug him or whatever. What else you got? Even a heroin brother, you know, I'm like, he's a heroin head who teach how to cook heroin is weird to me. I'm like, but even he said my sister lying about some shit. So I feel like, you know, it's gonna kind of play itself out to Stan knowing she been playing me a little bit because she wants somebody else to add it to this, like I gave her too. So I'm like, girl, just get your straight jacket on.
I feel like if Lisa brings this person to Stan, some part of me feel like Stan is gonna go along with it. Because I thought Stan was smart originally in the beginning with his pushback, but he's not. He don't went out there and bought this lady another car when he already got 2 cars. Like, why not give her one of yours and then go buy you a new one? And then you said that it was going to be all on her, but then now we're finding out that you're putting your name on the car as well. So at this point, I feel like Stan is just going to start excusing whatever he can because he doesn't want to be alone. He said, I hate being alone so much I want to throw up. So I feel like if she wants to bring somebody else into the home, he's going to be okay with that because not only does he get one person to take down to the basement, he'll get 2. So I think he's going to continue to ride out with that.
Yeah, I think he's all here for bringing somebody else into the basement. I don't even think he cares if Lisa loves him. All he cares about is if she can fulfill his sexual needs. Yep. Pretty much. That's it. And also his codependency. He doesn't want to be alone. So I just want to know who this female is. I was like, who is it? Not shocked though, because she did come out of jail looking like her brother.
But here's what would be funny is if she did bring this lady around And Stan ended up falling for the lady and leaving Miss Lisa
and
left
push
out.
Lisa out.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that could happen.
She might go back to jail for doing something to that girl.
It's right. I feel like the lady is someone she met in prison, and that's why they was kitty cooking in prison or whatever. And now outside prison, they want to kind of team up on Stan to get his money.
Child, I'm just scared that Stan gonna end up dead in the basement, and they gonna be running off with one of them cars and all his money. I'm scared, Stan. Don't be alone with them without cameras. Have them cameras constantly uploading to somebody's internet.
Okay.
So they don't
No,
leave you
when
down
Lisa
there.
was like, basically look at how much this. I'm like, you are up in case in the joint on camera. We see you, Lisa. We see. That's where I'm like, she gonna steal that man's shit.
When he showed the brother his baseball card, I said, nigga, why would you do that?
They gonna rob your house.
They are.
Can't trust these people. All right, y'all. Let's move on to the next couple. Let's move on to Courtney and Josh, y'all. So Josh put together this real boring ass romantic scene for Courtney. Scavenger hunt pickles, cheese straight from the grocery store, apologizing for not giving her enough dick. Why she in lingerie in the middle of a field where they got like 18 wheelers passing and shit. It's like, this is an open field out by the highway, bitch. Put a robe on. But either way, he ended up in jail, girl. He went back to jail, girl. I was trying to figure out what he did, but he ended up back in jail. I was surprised. I thought Josh was like, chilling and shit. But I guess we don't really know.
It's so easy for them to violate parole or probation. It could, because I know, but I feel like it could have been anything. But I also feel like I wonder if they were like a replacement couple, because it was really boring. Like, it was like nothing. We seen them have that first dinner when he came home. They had that sex that one time, and like, but between that, like, nothing besides her being upset that he was playing games or whatever. But it was cute. Oh, the pickles, I'm like, whatever. But I always felt like something between them was gonna go wrong. But I was too bored to care at the same time. So I wonder what was the reason they were so boring. It could have been just more something.
I read online that it was domestic violence in the house, and I couldn't help but look in that picnic scene. She had 2 scratches on her right arm when she sat down. Big scratches. They do got them 4 dogs though, so you never know. But I thought about that too. I see the comment from Tracy. I thought about that.
Wow, I wonder what happened, because he was like only supposed to be with her for a few days, and then he was going out to his cousin's house.
Because he moved. I wondered how that happened. Like, did he go
Maybe
over
she
there?
caught him cheating
with the cousin. I'm not gonna ask that.
Go to hell. I hope not. All right, y'all. We ain't got nothing else for them. Brittany and Ray. Child. Brittany finally had her people come over there and see that Ray lived there. They was upset, but they got over it. And she really thinks she gonna have this fairy tale with this dude. Like, I was just like, really? He gonna get a job, y'all gonna get engaged, he finally gonna meet your mama, and that's gonna be happily ever after, and y'all gonna have all them kids and everything. Girl, he a felon. If he can get a job, which he did get a job, it's probably not gonna pay him that much money, which is why you still paying for shit even though he got a job. Like, you trying to wait for him to be a nigga that went to school. Like, you looking for, somebody to make money that's been out here grinding or hustling or something like that. Not somebody that's been in jail since they was like 17 years old. Like, what the fuck you think he about to become, Diddy or something like that? Like, come on, bro. Like, she just has such unrealistic expectations, and I feel like eventually she gonna bog son out. He gonna run or something.
She seemed a little bit tick tick boom a little bit with how she reacts to him, but I like them as a couple. I can say that. I think Ray seems nice. I think she seems nice when she seems sane. But I feel like everyone needs to give him time to acclimate to being out. I think no one should be rushing him to do too much too soon. Like, yes, get a job first, get good at this working as a person out here, whatever. But I'm like, he could be better. I just don't want anyone rushing him to be better, because it takes time to, be out here. You've been gone for how many years? It's weird. And even him trying to say, like, look, we should wait like 3 years to have kids. I'm like, why does she want to rush? To me, it was kind of weird to want kids immediately. And I'm like, him saying, let's wait, makes sense to me. And her saying, like, I don't want to be waiting too long. I'm like, bitch, you barely, it hasn't been a year yet. He hasn't even been out but a couple months. So I wish he would just slow down. Like, it's no need to rush. If you love someone, you do not have to rush anything because it'll just come. And I think she's rushing him too fast, and that could be their downfall because he still has trauma from his mama being killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, let him deal with all of that shit first before you want him to be your husband, kid's father, the bread. Like, girl, let it be. But give him time to get better. Like, thank God he got a job. That's step one. Step two is let him keep the damn job.
It's the desperation. Grandma,
he beat her.
I think they're talking about Courtney and Josh.
Oh, okay.
Grandma Sue said, I need to find out what's wrong with somebody to where, you find the need to go to prison to find a mate. Reason being is the desperation. Brittany is ready to get married, have kids, trap a man, which is why it was so appealing to her that she had a man that was on house arrest. Shit was weird as fuck. So what she's trying to do is literally pick him up out of prison and place him in this imaginary fairy tale life where she wants to live. So that's what's wrong with her. I mean, if he really appreciates her getting him to where he needs to be, then they'll work out together. But she really just wants him to be a puppet in her world. I think sooner or later, his family is going to find out that she is the one that's missing a few marbles, not the one that went to prison. He was only in prison for 3 years. And I feel like what he did was a very regular type crime. He was a drug dealer. So,
but hasn't he been in and out though?
No, he only went that one time.
Oh, who ain't been there since they was young? Was that Josh?
That was Doug.
Doug.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Josh too, though. Josh.
He was like 17 or
okay,
something.
See, okay, I must be confusing. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and they didn't even meet they met on Facebook. So I think even that, like, she was one who did not find him in prison. He found her.
Right.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with Brittany. Time will tell, and I think eventually Ray will tell that it's something wrong with Brittany. But depending on if he wants to use her or benefit from her putting him wherever he needs to go, he may stay. But he may have enough sense to be like, nah, she crazy. I'm leaving.
Yeah, he might leave. My only thing with Brittany, I keep thinking about Jay Lee talking about he at the bottom. I feel like she went and got him from the bottom.
We gonna leave him.
And she gonna sit up there and have these high expectations for this man, knowing that he's not gonna be able to fulfill what she needs or what she wants, and then that's only gonna lead her to be even more frustrated with him. He gonna be frustrated with her, and then the relationship just not gonna work out. I don't think the sister is giving him a pass, though. I think she still got her foot on his neck and telling him she needs to get to know him. But I was very surprised to see that her dad was like, I'm going to rock out. You grown, you're going to make your decisions. Until he showed me something different, I'm going to be trusting of you at this moment. So I was very shocked to see that of her dad, but I don't see it working. Hope so.
Yeah. I'm happy they're going to be on After Lockup, though, so we can keep seeing what's gonna happen. So I'm happy they are a couple who they're gonna follow up with.
Right. Okay, y'all. So the next couple is Anissa and Jeff. So they were hilarious this episode. So Jeff has been feeling something different about Anissa this episode, and he decided to go through her things once he realized he was locked out of her laptop. He was so upset. God damn it! I can't spend thousands of dollars from Amazon. That's what he's doing. He's just ordering shit on Amazon all day, right? With that lady's credit card. So she
brought on boxes outside.
Yes. Listen, when I tell you I was dying laughing at him because he was outside breaking them pieces of wood with his bare hands because he was so angry he couldn't get the cow. He got the cow, but it was like, you know how you be so mad you can't even really get your bearings together because you're so like he was having one of those moments where he started swinging on cow. But he looked through her shit and found the phone where she was sending lingerie pictures to Kyle and some other niggas in prison. She was doing her little thought thing, right? And he mad, but it's like, dude, you left old lady hanging 3 times over all these years. Like, you don't have a right to feel no type of way, right? But when he tried to bust her out about that, she asked him about the kid that he allegedly been keeping from her, right? Why you keeping an 18-year-old from me? What you lying for? And then he turns it around on Kyle. Conveniently, Kyle is pulling up in the driveway with his girlfriend, and you could tell that Kyle was texting her, and she was texting Kyle, telling Kyle, this nigga tripping, just leave. don't get out the car. Because he was sitting in the car for a minute until homeboy said some crazy shit and he jumped out the car. But he, like, why would you, like, bend into him? I don't know why white boys do that. If somebody starts swinging at you, don't bend into them. Like, what are you doing? Back the fuck
He
up.
thought he was a truck. He was going to knock him over.
No, it didn't work. Because he whopped you. And I didn't
Well,
even
because
think
Jeff
he
had a
was
running
gonna do that.
start, though. Jeff had a whole running taco truck start.
He
And
did.
I'm like, and it happened so fast. He got some licks in, though. It was
He
funny.
did.
But when Anissa said, you know what I'm saying, I ain't going out there.
I'm not getting involved.
They can, I'm like, but
They
you,
can have
girl,
it.
it was hilarious to me. She's like, I ain't going out there. They
Let
can
him
handle
figure
that
it
shit on their
out.
own. I was like, okay.
I thought she
Honey.
was hilarious, girl.
I think because she loved Jeff, no teeth and all, but I still feel like her, not that she snitched on Kyle, but I felt like, why did you not say the issue shouldn't be with him? You didn't tell me something, so you can't. He's my friend. You should be happy that he's loyal to me because you should be able to trust him with me. So he ain't gonna hurt me. So I'm like, but Jeff, I didn't want to say because he was already stressed out. You know what I'm saying? Because because of you, not loving me. So I'm like, you on bullshit. And you heard think like, why you mad because I had a phone talking to other people when you did not come see me? You left me for dead the last time you got out. So I was hurt, and Kyle was the one who helped me, not be so depressed because they'll fuck shit. So it's weird to me that he wants to fight Kyle. But when Kyle said, I'll shoot him dead in his eye, I'm like, you gonna threaten to shoot them on TV? I'll shoot him dead in his eye. I was like, ooh, have Kyle leave, because Kyle crazy. Kyle don't fight his shit.
Wasn't he thinking that Anissa and Kyle slept together though? That's why he wanted to fight him.
But she told him, but I think before he went outside, that she was talking to because the thing was the phone had Kyle's number in it, but not anything to Kyle. It had Kyle number and other people's numbers, and being photos just in the in the photos. It wasn't as if he found anything of her sending shit to Kyle. He just wanted to make it seem like he was the one in the wrong for not telling her about that kid.
He was ready to fight.
Yeah, he was on bullshit.
He was ready to fight. My goodness.
I'm still not over the running start though.
He said, "Is your whooper broken? What are you gonna do?"
I'm Bonnie, the point that white boys like to fight. They like to go in and tackle. You made me realize anytime I've seen a white boy actually square up, I'm usually like, damn, he squared up. Like, where he from? But the fight was hilarious. The thing I found the most sad was that she had pictures and stuff in her phone like that, but then she said she hadn't had sex in 6 years. So it's like, dang, what have you been doing all this time? Talking about
sending stuff to inmates,
lying her ass off,
waiting for them to get off.
You was getting dick from somebody. Maybe Kyle's dick was trash, so you decided to pass. But you liked him, so you let him stay on your land.
I just thought everything was hilarious. Especially with the security or whoever trying to hold old buddy back. He still got loose and ran up on that man. I thought that was just hilarious. I don't know why he got out the car, but I was with Anissa like, girl, let them do what they're going to do outside. I'm not going to run out here. But I also didn't like how Jeff was trying to comfort her for withholding information, feeling as though she was lying when this whole time you was the one out here lying. So that's that. He's a mess.
So y'all, let's move on to the next couple, which is Beyonce, Nicole, and Tia, bitch, because she a part of this throuple. First of all, so I'm glad that he had her waiting for like a whole hour before he showed up to meet with her, right? But Tia was the MVP for me because Tia had this big dick energy about her, and I think she was on this scam shit with Nicole. Like, if we can get this nigga to take care of the both of us, we will, and I'm willing to fuck him for it. I'm willing to do all of that freaky shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Beyonce saying that she was a handsome gentleman took me the fuck out, and it reminded me of the things I love about Beyonce. Like, that's one of the things I like about him, because I know that he's funny and he's all there. So I don't know why they make him seem like he's slow on the show. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's really not. So that's why it's funny to me, because I'm like, that joke right there should have let everybody know that he's not as stupid as they be trying to make him seem. But I still feel like you dumb because you sitting up here talking about you don't know if you done, even though this girl told you that she don't really want to be in a relationship, which honestly, she's 23. She just got out of jail, even though they say she married to Tia now. I feel like her and Tia, go around and do whatever the fuck they need to do to get by. So their relationship is different than a relationship that you and her would have. You were in delusional la la land thinking that she was gonna be Joan Cleaver or some fucking body for you, and that just was never going to happen. But ultimately they're gonna be on Life After Lockup, so we'll be able to see the continuation of this. But for now, she and Tia and her big dick energy ride off into the sunset.
They're the new Michael, Megan, and Sarah. Truthfully, except nobody's got kids. I don't mind it, but I'm also bored. I'm bored because I feel like he should know better. But I think his friend is funny, so I want to see the friend, and I feel like I don't want him to be sappy Beyonce on this. He needs to be like more of himself to make me think it makes sense to have him on the show. Because in real life he do seem different, but like I don't mind. But I'm like Tia and Nicole is boring to me. I'm like Tia's supposed to live in a whole different state. So how y'all married and how y'all still messing with him? So I'm like, how does all this work? Like y'all not live with her mama? Is it like two lesbian couples in one house and Deontay's a dick? I just don't get what's going on, and I'm just confused.
I think Tia and Nicole deserve each other the way Tia came over there lying, talking about she talked about you all when you was in jail. You look better in person than in your photos and stuff. Pulling her to the side.
Yes.
Right, making them choose or making her choose who she wants to be with. I felt like Tia was full of it, and I think that she and Nicole make a good couple. I was hollering when he put Nicole Jr. in that box and burnt it and put it and put it on the lake and let it sail away.
Coffin, girl.
And she needed a coffin. That was a whole torso.
Oh my God!
You gotta bury the body.
He gotta get it together, man. He got to redeem himself in Life After Lockup.
He does.
Yeah, I hope he does for sure. Tia was a fool. She definitely had big dick energy. When she pulled up, I thought she was gonna be like, "You good? Like, do I need to do anything?" But she came in line, like Jamie said. Deontay, please wake up. Just move on to the next. Like at this point, I feel like Deontay is a fool in love. Move on to the next girl. I'm tired of you being in love with Nicole. I'd rather just see you play dumb for somebody else.
Me
but
too,
I do feel like they're going to continue to play this up for a check for Love After Lockup, though.
Absolutely.
Because they need a new Love After Lockup has like a formula. Threesome type shit, ghetto couple, a hillbilly couple, and then an old couple. And like it's how it goes. Because again, Beyonce, Nicole, and Tia is the new Michael, Sarah, and Megan. Even Anissa and Jeff is the new
Tracy. Was it Tracy?
Angela and Tony.
So like it's always something around here that's the same with somebody else. But I feel like also people who watch the show know who they can be portrayed as, and so they call in. Because I'm like, they're all convicts who's dating, so it's not as if they can plan this or whatever. But I do feel like they know how to be to stay on the show.
Agreed. So let's move on to the last couple, which is Doug and Rachel. Child, if they didn't take a turn for the worse, I wasn't expecting it. Yes, I was. So what happened was, child, Doug left Rachel for a whole nother bitch that he had been in love with since before he went to jail when he was in high school, girl. Took all the shit that Rachel bought for him and Dougie, took Dougie and went to stay at a trailer on his sister's property. But oops, that's not how the story ends, okay? He ended up getting arrested, violating parole. Like Jay Lee said, very easy to do. Nigga shitted too long one day. The battery was dead. Boom, bow, pow. He back in jail. And Lil Dougie is back in Rachel's care. Thank you, God. That's y'all. That was the best part of all of this for me, is that Lil Dougie was back with Rachel. Like when she went into his bedroom And I'm like, that little boy got his own space. And then they don't show her son, but apparently, I'm sure that her son and his son get along, or it's like having a little brother, another brother or something. Like, just it's more family, and she's so much more nurturing to him than anybody in that nigga's family. Like, I was like, that little boy do not need to be. Please give Lil Dougie to Rachel, please.
I think Doug did some real shit to go back to jail. I think he violated for real, because he on some bullshit. But even him saying how
his mugshot looked like he had been into some real shit.
He was on some real drugs. He back in Kalamazoo. But I feel like when he said how she was somebody just like to waste time with or whatever because she was funny and they would talk back and forth. I'm like, but you married her though. Like, it's easy to say like we was talking and chit chatting, okay, fine. But you married, like, you set up a wedding and a marriage to her or whatever, arranged for your son to be with her. Like, why did the girl who you liked all them years, why didn't you have any of this shit with her? So it's weird to me that what is that thing in there? It's weird to me that he's making it seem as if like, oh, well, it's kind of happened. It's like, no, you made it happen. And so why act like you did not make it happen with her? I'm happy back in jail. Leave his ass in there.
Right. I'm not mad at it either. I am glad that she got the little boy back, because I felt like him taking Dougie, even though he did wrong, I felt like it was kind of like trying to punish her at the same time, knowing that she really cares about him. And I'm like, how dare you take this baby out his space and cramp him up in a little camper? I really hated that. I wasn't surprised. Whoever this person is that he cheated on her with, I want to know how you feeling, stupid. He may try and incorporate her into the Life After Lockup show or something. But I'm like, how are you feeling stupid to know that this man went on to marry somebody else to make a home and he never chose you this entire time? How are you feeling about that? What else did I want to say about Nicole? She's still married. Unfortunately, I know she wants a divorce, but I'm wondering if she's still married to him in order to have the custody that she does have of Dougie.
It makes sense that way. But I think she's the best one because he's used to her.
Mm-hmm.
He's already acclimated to the house, and the fact that she got a kid already, and we know how his family ain't shit because of how the sister treated him when she had him and let him go with Rachel and then did ask the question. So I think if she has to stay married to him just to keep Dougie, to me that's a fair trade-off to make sure the kid is in good hands, because I don't have to be with you. You know what I'm saying? I can just wait until whatever later. So that's kind of right. She was right as rain.
He's a dog. He's gonna cheat on you within a month. He's a dog.
Did she say it?
Yes, she was warning her, and Rachel was just there like. But if anything, Rachel was a blessing to Lil Dougie. Man, Big Doug never gonna change. Gonna be in jail forever. Don't want to acclimate to normal life. So, and Jamie, like you said about the girl saying, "Don't you feel dumb knowing that he made a home with somebody?" If she know anything about Doug, she knows that this man is a scammer. He's a convict. He married Rachel because she had the coin to take care of him. So I mean, if you like it, I love it, but Doug is where he needs to be, and I hope Lil Dougie stays with Rachel.
Me too. All right, Sean, let's move on from there. Everybody say what they had to say? Yeah, all right. So next, let's move on to put a ring on it, girl. It wasn't really much to talk about. We'll put a ring on it. Child. All we know is that for real, I feel like Sean and LaRonda were a non-motherfucking factor on this episode. So I don't even have any notes for them. Jessica and Eric, I think they had more of the issue this episode. I feel like Eric's an asshole. I feel like Jessica is a gimme girl, but I still feel like she deserves better than Eric, because Eric chose a gimme girl and now wants her to feel bad about not having all of the substance he now needs, now that he's scared she's going to leave him because he no longer is a baller the way he once was. Also, we found out that she was born, I'm guessing, to some white woman who was mad that her dad, whose parents and family was mad that her dad was black. I think the mom was a prostitute, which made me feel like y'all mad that she got pregnant by a black man, but she a prostitute? The fuck? Anyway, like, I'm gonna need for y'all to realize one thing is way worse than the other, but fine. Anyway, so I feel like it seemed as if she likened herself as a stripper or became a stripper because she wanted to have some type of connection with her mother. And being in the sex industry in some capacity probably made her feel some type of closeness. The way she talked about it, I understand it was something she felt she needed to do to take care of her kids. But I also feel like the way she talked about it in relation to her mother, it made me feel like it was something she was doing in order to feel closer to her. Eric and Leilani, Eric is like this with all of the women. And I hate that they act like he's not. He's flirtatious and giggly and touchy with most of the women, but specifically with Leilani. But I don't think that means that Leilani is all deep and has all these great conversations. She seems just as fucking shallow as Jessica seems to me. They seem like the same type of person, but with an accent. So I don't know what the hell was going on there. Y'all give y'all opinions on that, and then we can talk about Kai Lil Black Book situation.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said about Eric. I talked about that this week. I feel like Eric does get along with everybody. Leilani is just his type. You can tell that he likes her, but we don't know what they even talk about at all. And in terms of Jessica talking about her mom, she said, I don't want to say it's in me, but I feel like it's in me, or the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, which is being a dancer. So I don't know. All in all, I just feel like those are details that I wish we had learned about Eric and Jessica earlier on. We spent so much time on Darian and Kai, like that little 5-minute conversation definitely, could have been in the mix somewhere, because everything just makes sense. Even down to Eric and his fractured relationship with his mom. That probably makes sense as to why he doesn't want anything serious with any woman that he's with. Jessica's just there because of all of the years. But yeah, this episode was pretty boring. That's all I have to say about it.
I was bored too. I feel like Eric and Jessica both picked each other for superficial reasons, and now they're upset for those same reasons. I think just as bad as he is, so is she, because again, they both had a point in why they picked the other person. I think she wanted someone to support her and to pay for her lifestyle, and she got that in him. But I think she also knew the kind of woman he wanted, and that was her. And now she wants him to be more deep. I'm like, y'all can't now want different shit when y'all cannot want different shit now when y'all knew who the person was when y'all got with them. Like, you knew she wasn't deep. You knew that. You know what I'm saying? He knew that she probably would just be the arm candy who wanted his money. So I'm like, I don't get the whole now let's fuss about who's more not right for me when y'all both pick y'all self. So it was weird to me. So I also didn't care about that. But I do feel like him and his mom situation, I didn't like how she wanted to force him to be nice to his mom because she didn't have hers. Because some folks have parent issues, and you can't force me to forgive my mom only because you didn't have yours, because you don't know what me and my mom went through. So I think that was, my point.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I forgot to mention that. But I feel like that's definitely why he treats her the way he does, because he has those anger issues towards his mom. I definitely feel like he needs to deal with that. Whether, that, like Dr. Nicole said this episode, he doesn't have to have a confrontation with his mother in order for him to get past his issue with her, just so he will no longer take that out on the women he's in relationships with. Because I think his mom also seemed like a gimme girl. It was never enough. And now you're in a relationship with a woman who you feel like is the same way. So he needs to deal with that, not just for Jessica, but for himself, so he doesn't continue to pick the same type of person. Because you can't tell me Leilani don't seem like the same type of person.
I feel like she not. I feel like Leilani got more going for her than what Jessica had. I feel like Jessica comes into the relationship on a give me, but Leilani comes in, unfortunately, on a I give. I feel like she can give more to Eric and probably will be okay with, I guess, like the role Eric played to Jessica. I see Leilani playing that role to him.
Because
about showering him. Right. Yeah, showering him with different stuff. She already take care of her mom. She take care of her mom, her daughter, she take care of people with her business. So I don't even know if she mentioned it, but that's like in her to always take care of people.
She's a nurturer.
Yes.
But do y'all not feel like Jessica is a nurturer as well? Because she said she take care of everything. Y'all don't think, even in their household, y'all don't see it?
I mean, she probably do what she do what she has to do for herself, yes. I think she also helps them, yes. But I think the difference between doing shit because you have to and being a nurturer. Like she even the calming spirit that Leilani has, Jessica don't have that. She's a bit more rah rah how Eric is. They both rah
I'll
rah,
give you
and
that.
she's calm. So
I'll give you that.
Leilani, I agree with Jamie. Leilani is more of a. I think she will take care of him and relax him, where Jessica kind of aggravates him because she's just like he is.
And she gives off the vibe where, because it's so calming, she creates a space where it's easy for him to talk to her. I don't know if Jessica does that or not, but he already don't like going to her about certain things based on how her response is about it, as though it's not that big of a deal or whatever it is. He never really likes her answer, but I don't think that's just a Jessica problem. I think that's a his problem as well. But I don't know what kind of space she has created for him or the space he created as well, which is why they probably interact the way they do. But I just see a difference in Leilani, and I think Jessica should go and really just, I'll cut it short and probably find her a better guy.
I guess what I'm perceiving, y'all are feeling is nurturing energy from Leilani. I perceive is sexual energy. So for me, all I see is them flirting and them having a physical attraction to each other. I know they're talking, but I feel like he was talking to all of the other bitches too. Like he was in their face having, oh, we have the best conversations I've ever had. He was saying that same shit before with the other girls too.
Right. So he was, but I think we did that. That was to get at Jessica. I think this time he's saying it because that's what he's feeling, and he don't care how she feels about it. Because he feels relaxed with her, he can talk with her more. I think in the beginning, both Jessica and Eric would say shit just to piss the other one off because they're a tit-for-tat couple. And this time, even seeing him with her, he seems more relaxed, like to me. And I think that's because when you are a rah-rah person and you date someone rah-rah, y'all both always at each other. If one person's calm, it calms you down because you don't have that magnet to push off of to keep fussing and fighting. It ain't that tension.
This is what I was thinking about. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about when y'all was saying how nurturing, how she take care of everybody. I was like, well, if his fucking ass come in the picture asking for more, you another kid, like I feel like as much as, she's a nurturer herself, I feel like she still wants a man that's going to take care of her the same way Jessica wants a man that's going to take care of her. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like y'all are probably right about Jessica not being that much of a nurturer because of her life having to be a little bit more, harsh, I guess. But I still felt like I was getting some type of emotional, situation from Jessica that I felt like was in a nurturing way towards Eric. Even though they always button heads, I feel like I've seen her be emotional. I've seen her wear her heart on her sleeve with him and him just kind of like disregard her. And I know they do the same thing to each other. But this whole process, I have felt like they have been skipping over Eric's bullshit. And I don't know, I don't know why, but like it's been.
I agree. I feel, that's the one where I feel like I've said that's the only one where I feel like Dr. Nicole hasn't gone in the way that she should. All she's been saying is you want what the other one has, just mirror each other. But
you want why I think that, Niecy? I think the reason she hasn't done that is because there was so much tension on Darian and Alexia. She couldn't really give much to the other couples. I think that could have been a reason where she's so focused on fixing their shit. Sometimes I think she was missing shit with Jessica and Eric. Because sometimes she would pay attention for little shit, but sometimes I think she didn't have a chance to because, again, it's this heavy ass shit with everybody else. And truth be told, between the three couples, Jessica and Eric were like the most non-confrontational because, Sean is like, I think they were more surface level shit and not nothing too deep with it for the most time. I think that may be why the doctor didn't do it as much because the other couples were like too much to handle.
Yeah, I think you're right because she definitely does it in their one-on-ones. Like even when she got with Jessica, she was like, "You remember? You said that to me first. You said, oh, he lying." So I don't think we've seen Dr. Nicole in a one-on-one with Eric, have we? We've only seen her talk to Jessica and seen Dr. Nicole talk to the couple.
If we did, it may have been in the beginning. So I don't really remember. I don't remember.
I don't think so.
So I still think Dr. Nicole is correct that they both have what the other one, or they both mirror each other. But it's so true that both of them need something that the other one can't provide. Like down to Leilani stroking him. Oh, this, that. That's what he wants. Jessica can't give it. Jessica wants somebody that will give endlessly. Eric is scorned by the main woman in his life. He can't give it. So I don't think they should be together.
I agree.
They should not.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, but I know y'all did, so that's why I know I can depend on my girls through thick and thin, a friendship that will never end. When you are weak, I will be strong. Carry on. Anyway, so I didn't watch that damn Lil Black because once y'all told me what it was hitting for, I ain't feel the need to watch it.
Wait, I didn't watch it. Did anyone watch the whole? I didn't watch the whole thing.
I did not. It was too dry for me.
I watched some of it though. I will say this: it was boring. Kai was a boring interview. I feel like, and that's the hard thing about interviewing somebody. Her response, for the most part, from what I saw, I watched a good maybe 15 to 20 minutes, and not even. I was like skipping through stuff, but I felt like her response was consistently, "I can't talk about that. You have to wait till after the reunion." Or she was saying, you know, if it was live, it wasn't, you know, she made it seem as if they were making her do things, was what I thought. They were trying to make me hold his hand. They were trying to make it seem, and I was like, bitch, you get bullshit, okay? I felt like even her saying how I wasn't trying to have like any great conversation. I was talking, it's like, no, that isn't true. And to me, Kai is full of shit. Because when you're telling a story about something you lived, you don't have to think about it. She had to think too hard with some of these questions. I'm like, it should be, even if you can't say exactly what happened, you know how to explain it to where you're not telling any secrets. And I was like, it's bullshit to me. So again, the beginning was her talking about her childhood. I didn't care. I'm like, we don't care about her in high school. We don't care about, I don't care. Why you fuck that man? And I'm like, why did you do an interview when you can't answer shit he asking you?
Exactly.
It was so dumb.
I was like, why you ain't do this later, girl, after the reunion? Those are all your answers. And the sad part is he kept trying to reframe questions. He was trying to pull some stuff out of her, but she just was a bad guest overall. It was terrible.
And not only do I think she's a bad guest, I feel like she said, I went on the show for exposure. I went on the show to, you know, promote my whatever brand is. But I feel like you did yourself a disservice because you went on there to promote yourself, fuck that man, and then it was on social media acting as if you have the right to be upset with the woman who was his girlfriend. I don't care what Darian did to make you feel like him and her was not really, you know, on good terms. You knew the assignment. The assignment was, you know, the couples. I'm like, bitch, we know the show. We know the show. We know. So she kept making excuses for why she did what she did without saying much. She kept trying to kind of sway it to, well, you know, Darian was ready, you know what I'm saying, to move on or whatever. But you still knew he had a girlfriend who he was cheating on with you. So don't make it seem as if you're innocent because of how he portrayed himself off camera or, you know, what we didn't see. So I felt like it was a bullshit interview.
And let me say this. I feel like a lot of the people at OWN, I don't know what's going on, but I feel a way about the way you guys come on these shows for one season and act as if we're supposed to care about your childhood and where you've come from and your trials and tribulations. And, you know, it's like, no, it's about the show. It's about the show. We care about the show. And yes, you brought something to the show, but it's about the show. Ultimately, when we want to interview people, and it's been very difficult for us to get interviews with people over there for some reason. Lil Black Book gets all of the interviews, child, and when we try, they ignore us, girl, and we don't know why. We don't know why, but I'm
you know what I think it is? He does easy interviews. When we have real questions, we ask. So we have a process because we want it to be interesting. And when I watched last night, I felt like he was going too easy on her. And I think sometimes when people do that, the shows don't mind having them on there because it makes the person look good. And not that we want to expose anybody, but I'm like, if I watch the show, there are certain questions we all have. If you can't ask them questions, why do the interview? If you can't answer the questions, why do it? It did not make any sense. So when I watched like him and that girl who had did a lot of people from Ready Love, I can't think what her name was. I felt like their thing was they were asking easy questions and agreeing with whoever it was they was interviewing. And I'm like, if we had interviewed Kai, look, it would have went totally different.
Because I would have asked about the paint on the car because that ain't have nothing to do with the show. That wasn't on the show. So you should be able to answer that.
IG rants.
Does the Lil Black Book review shows? I didn't think he did.
Married
He just
at
does
First Sight.
interviews.
He does them super panels where they talk about things from the show. But I know they
Right.
do
So
Married at
his
First Sight.
so I feel like his image on YouTube is very much like just being a moderator, whereas we have the level of reviewing and giving opinions. So people are already probably nervous to come on and talk because we've already given our opinion in our videos. I think that's the difference too. What were we talking about? Kai.
Got
Yeah,
butchered in
the
the
interview
interview.
was boring. Yeah, it really was nothing. I hate to say it literally was nothing. One word answers, very short. And I couldn't tell if she was being short because she didn't want to reveal too much or if she just couldn't come up with the words
She was
to
lying.
figure out what she wanted to say.
She lying.
Yeah, it was a struggle. It was a struggle interview.
I didn't watch it. I watched. I once she kept saying, I'm like, girl, I'm done. I can't because you can't answer. And he kept saying, well, what about like, how do you feel now? How do you feel? And she still was like, wait. I'm like, wait for what? Then why you here? She promoted an interview that all she did was say about her childhood shit and how she wants for her business, how she used to dance. It's like you didn't really. That don't help you. We still
And
don't
then
like you.
the way she introed, or way she pubbed for that interview was, I'm about to pop off because they pressing me. And then the interview was supposed to be for the 23rd first, right? And then they pushed it back to the 25th. And then when we get to the interview, it's stale as fuck. So it's kind of like either y'all gonna hit it when we care, or we not gonna give a fuck no more. Because at the end of the day, you think we give a fuck about interviewing anybody from the last season of Ready to Love when a new season about to come up? No. Not unless we really like you. Like that's the only time it would matter. Like with Ashley from the first season, Put a Ring on It. She's likable. And then
Because
she's kind of
she
doing
played it
stuff.
right. I think she kept herself out there to be,
She did.
part of it. She
She
also
put on
knows
lives
other
and stuff.
people.
Right.
Yeah.
She do
That's
her
how you're supposed to
interviews
do
with
it.
people. Yep. She definitely played her cards properly in this situation. Okay, so shout out to Ashley. So yeah, y'all, that's it. That ain't nothing else happened on that show. So let's move on to Married at First Sight, y'all, because that's the next show. Now listen, it was boring as fuck. All right, so we just gonna do couple for couple. Mirla and Gil. So at the end of the day, Mirla is aggravating, she is, but Gil is more problematic to me in the long run. First of all, you like chocolate chip cookies over macaroons, and I feel like, nigga, you phony. And how do you it was crazy to me that you want to be all like conservative and I care and I don't want, I need somebody that's, almost substance like. I don't want somebody that's all about materialistic things. But then when it came down to that political conversation, then it's about your career goals. And I'm just like, so which one is it, my dude? Like, he was very confusing to me this episode. And I honestly like Mirla because I be laughing my ass off at Mirla. I think she's very sarcastic. And I think a lot of the times when we perceive their conversations to be contentious, it really is them joking with each other. Like, oh yeah, this is what we, oh, so we're gonna do that. It's just funny to me. But either way, she is a princess, but I'm honestly not mad at her about it. If I don't want to walk your dog, I'm not walking your fucking dog. Like, if you already paying for somebody to walk your dog, continue paying somebody to walk your regular ass dog. Like, and why would you want me to walk your dog if I don't want to? Like, that mean I'm not gonna really do it right. That mean I'm not really gonna care about your dog, bro. You shouldn't even want me to do it. So, what y'all think about Mirla and Gil?
Gil is definitely giving I'm not black, I'm Colombian with that whole political conversation. He definitely showed his ass. And I think it's funny how both he and Ryan wanted to root their beliefs in being conservative because it meant more for them. So much so that when they were speaking to their liberal counterparts, they really didn't care about what was going on in the world. I'm like, Gil can go. I think he made Mirla look much better this episode. Even whenever they had the conversation about the kids, Gil, how are you going to have 7 to 8 kids? And I don't think you make that coin. Mirla does, but why would she want to spend all of her money on all those children? This episode, I think she was a little bit, or actually a lot of bit more likable. I think it's a combination of, well, I'm not going to say combination. I think that Mirla is editing gold. She complains all the damn time. So it's easy to just chop, 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 chop and put it all next to each other and make her look horrible. But I feel like if we were to be around her in person, she probably wouldn't be as bad, because she made me laugh whenever they was on FaceTime with Zach. And Zach was like, "Yeah, I hate that we missing the honeymoon." And Mirla says, "She ain't missing much."
Missed nothing. Yeah, I love
That
it.
was funny to me.
It was.
So that aggravated me, because I'm looking like his point wasn't the location, was that he didn't miss being with her. I do think when you need this time to get to know each other. The fact that Mirla and Gil, she's less. She said you're much less of a stranger now than you was in the beginning. Like they had at times. I feel like for her to say that means, to me, meant Zach has less time with his wife to get to know her. Where you've had 6 days to get to know Gil enough to be more open with him. So I'm like, girl, bye. She was less aggravating this episode. I'll say that. I was very bad at him with the whole I don't want to know you more because you won't walk my dogs. Fuck them dogs. I feel like some people are not dog. I'm not a dog person. I'm not. I don't want to be with anyone who has a dog. So her issue wasn't even that to get like I don't want to walk it. Like let's hire a dog. You have a dog walker now, so I felt like that was a bit of us see how much Gil is an asshole too. So I enjoyed that because again, I didn't want him to be so perfect and her to be an asshole. But I'm happy she said that he seems as a stranger. But I was, man. I'm like, how you gonna say Michaela was she missing her husband? Like I'm like, to me that was unfair because you've had 6 days with your man. Zach and Michaela had a day or two. So again, give them the same grace you had no matter where the location is.
Right. I found myself being Team Mirla more this episode. I have to say, like Niecy, I was with her on the whole 8 kids, 7, 8 kids. That was just like being dramatic, 1000%. You don't even make enough. You barely can keep up with Mirla trying to keep up with all those children. Then I just feel like you gotta assess the situation and see if this somebody you even want to have kids with. I thought it was funny for her to bring him them cookies because those are the only cookies that he's gonna be getting for a minute. So I thought that was cute of her. What else happened? The dog. I was with Mirla on that. I felt like he was trying to force the dog thing down her throat. Like you already got somebody walking your dog in the neighborhood. I'm sure they're not doing that for free. So what is wrong with you just buying one in the near area? I'm sure between the both of y'all, you will be able to afford it. So I didn't like that he was trying to force that on her. And ultimately, he's a Trump supporter. And I don't think that's gonna work out in her and with Mirla down in the long run. And he tried to him and Ryan tried to play it off like it wasn't that big of a deal, but it is.
Even worse because he a black Trump supporter.
Exactly.
But I don't think he know he black.
Probably not.
I don't know how, but I love the way Mirla was getting his ass together at that table. Like, no, that's a deal breaker for me, ho. And I was just like, right? Like, we really gonna sit up here and act like, I hate when people act like politics are just about money. It's also about civil rights.
Mm-hmm.
in people's everyday lives, and who lives and who dies and who gets deprived and treated like shit and all of that. So at the end of the day, as somebody who grew up not having anything, I think he tries to make her seem shallow, but her perspective seems more grounded in something real than his does to me. I just feel like she because she probably worked hard to get everything she got. I'm not going to settle for less than I can have because I've already had the bare minimum.
They not staying together. Y'all peep how many times she said divorce check.
Yes.
But like that's a joke, but not really joking. She just wait.
She ain't feeling him like that. And I understand why. Like the fact that he just not figuring out that if he gives her a gift, it has to be a gift to her and not a gift to him. I was like, but that's how gifts work, my nigga. Like, you're not supposed to give somebody something that you would want for yourself. Like, that's not how gifts are supposed to work. But yeah, anything else about them before we move on to the next couple? No? All right, let's go ahead and move on to Johnny and Bao. Okay, so listen, Bao worked on my fucking nerves this episode. Every time Johnny said he wanted to run, I was like, run, Johnny. I don't want him to, because ultimately they have such good moments. When they went parasailing, it was a beautiful moment. She was being affectionate. She was kissing. She was touching. She was making sure she was grabbing his hand. They were talking about things. They were communicating. But I don't like the fact that, first of all, you make moments where he's trying to be open with you about his feelings about you. And I don't like that she did that to him. When he expressed to her he was actually bothered by her having that overreaction to him, you know, making fun of her about the snoring. Like, it's just snoring, bitch. And the fact that you would like take yourself out of this moment that we're sharing together so you can be in your head self-conscious about fucking snoring and nobody cares. Like, that's a red flag that you can't just enjoy life in the moment, right? So they agreed that they would do that, and that was all well and good. But then by the time we get to the end of the fucking episode, we find out how this bitch is too lazy to shower. And I don't understand. Listen, y'all, I've been at home all day, ain't did nothing. Like, I went from the front door to the back door. And when I got up this morning, y'all know I do my little routine or whatever. I wet my hair, I brush my teeth, I get the coal out of my eye, I put on clothes, I come downstairs. Okay? But ultimately, I ain't do nothing today. Guess what I'm going to do as soon as we done? Go get in the fucking shower. Go get in the fucking shower. I don't get why people that aren't black feel like it's so much of their time and their energy to wash their body. Like, I don't know about y'all, but like, showers and baths are relaxing as fuck to me. Like, it's a part of the decompression. It's a part of the getting ready for bed. When he had to tell her, bitch, I don't want you getting your nasty gym body in our bed. And then she was like, but I don't want to wash the sheets. I just want to go funk up the sofa. With the bitch better be leather then. And you better wipe it off. But like, I was just like, why do you want to stink?
I think Bao is used to being. Bao is the weird person who likes being weird, which doesn't work for me. But like at first, when she was saying how, because it was two things about the snoring thing. When she said how people don't expect women to snore, I'm like, bitch, is snoring genetic? I mean, is it gender based? I'm like, that was the dumbest shit I've heard someone say, that people don't expect women to. I'm like, where did that poll happen?
No, they don't expect us to stink is what they don't expect.
And it's weird. So that to me was dumb overall. So it's like, whatever. But when she was talking about the shower thing, I thought she meant was, she said, you know, when I'm depressed, if I'm sad, sometimes I don't. I'm like, okay, I get that. Like, my dad died, I did not, the first 2 weeks, I was like, I just cried in the bed. And that was it. We're on that part. Which, if I'm depressed and I'm sad, I don't think about showering. Okay, fine, cool. But when she went into like what, besides that, on a regular day, when you happy and going to work and going out, bitch, you still don't shower? I was like, that's a problem. And the fact that she's like, you don't have to take three showers like Johnny to be regular. And when he like, you know, why can't you just take a shower before bed? And she like, I don't want to be my usual stinky stuff on the couch. I was like, divorce her. Because she not even listening to you say, like, I don't, like, that's, he take 3 showers. He gonna be mad at you. It's weird to me. Bao is on bullshit.
She's definitely on some bullshit. I didn't like that she opened up. Say what about it? I didn't like that she opened up about the fact that, oh my God, the showers you take in a day, I take that over a course of weeks. I hope you don't think I'm disgusting. And he was like, no. And I'm like, don't ask him that. Number one, you know he thinks you're disgusting. At this point, you know this man has OCD, okay? So he always got to be clean. So you already know that he feels like you're disgusting. And if he tells you that you are, you're going to make him feel as though he's wrong for telling you such a thing. Did not like that. Me. Say what?
You judge. I felt judged.
Oh my! Exactly. I want to smack the shit out of her when she did that. Oh.
And I just hated how it's like you want him to adjust to you, but you're not trying to adjust to him. And the sad part is that he asked you to rinse. And I'm like, rinse? What the fuck? No, that be need to clean. What you mean rinse? But he asked you to rinse and you said, no, you'll go so far as to sleep on the sofa. And then for you to go on, you already lazy to wash your ass and then you lazy to change some sheets. I said, oh, this not going to work out too well, man. In addition, this is my real big issue with Bao. You will walk around your house and wear swimsuits for the fun of it, but you won't get your ass in no water. Like, that's what I'm not understanding. So if you're afraid of water, say that.
So I want to know what happened in your childhood more. That did they make you at the camp? Did they make you feel weird about getting in the water? Did something happen to you in the shower? Did they try to drown you in the lake? Do you have a fear of water? Like, I just want to know certain things. Because I also thought with her talking about the Excel spreadsheet and how she keep things up, I thought she probably was OCD too. But I'm seeing a completely different side of her, and I said, "This ain't gonna work out."
She dirty too.
And I'm not laughing with y'all kids.
Who
I'm talking about having
snoring? Who teased her for snoring? Did she say who teased her for snoring?
Yeah, when she was at camp, when she was growing up, that's what she gave Johnny that whole side story because she didn't want him making jokes.
Mm-hmm. She an old band camp ass bitch getting fucked with trumpets and shit. Yeah, she's one of those.
I called it band camp, even though she didn't say it. But my thing is, how are you embarrassed about people talking about you snoring, but you bring your ass on national television to say that you want to go lay your sweaty ass in the bed next to somebody after working out?
What kind of workouts? What kind of fucking workouts are you doing?
It don't even matter. I pipe up a sweat from yoga. It don't even matter. Bedtime yoga, I'm hopping in the shower before I go to bed. Like, I'm not understanding. Bow, to me, I feel like this is a huge red flag because it's something wrong with her to where she feels so uptight whenever it comes to, I guess, outward appearance or how people perceive her. But at home, you just don't care. It's something there. And I think Johnny need to go. He need to go. I was even more so disgusted in my review. I had a random thought like, Jamie, you like to wear swimsuits around the house, knowing you probably got a hot box if you don't like to shower. And you already know the swimsuits are not breathable because they're meant to be in water. I wish she didn't say it on TV. I'm embarrassed for her because if she's tripping about somebody talking about her snoring, girl, do not get on the internet for the next couple weeks.
So you snoring, you dirty. You a dirty snoring person.
Not a dirty snoring person, bitch. I am dead. And it's an easy read, and she's gonna cry in the car about it. Oh wow. Well, at least we won't be in there with her smelling it.
That right there made her cry all night. I said that right there made her cry all motherfucking night. Like, Leanne.
Yeah. Okay. So from Bao and Johnny, Jose and Rachel. So she mentioned that she wanted to go to Switzerland for a dream trip. And he said that maybe Vegas or New York would be better, especially if they're planning on having children and things of this nature. They go on what is it? They ride bikes because she had never ridden a bike for real, which I was like, oh, that's kind of weird, but I guess not. And then they discussed the bank account situation again, and she does feel like giving him her whole ass check is not the way, and I don't think it is either. Jose tells us his credit score because he couldn't wait. And later they talk about Rachel's worry that Jose isn't into her sexually. So they've been all hot and heavy this whole time, all this kissing and being affectionate, but she's still questioning if he wants to fuck her or not, which brings us back to our original hypothesis.
Nope. It wasn't me, that was y'all.
You can say it was me. I'm fine with that. I'll be the first one to tell you that I thought the motherfucker was giving me some I like dick energy.
It was me too. And I still stand beside it.
I was wondering if he could be metrosexual.
Yeah, I didn't think he was gay. We know. I think when she said she didn't, that she wanted the trip to Switzerland, I felt like he knows she bad with money. So I think when he said, maybe not, let's do that. I'm like, she took a card out to take a trip, and I think when she said I take a trip every month and then a big trip every 2 years, I think she likes to just spend money and she don't care. So when he said how I got saved money, I work. It's hard to get an 815 credit score. Like it takes work. So I think he's proud that. And his thing was, I did all of this so that once I got married, we would be good. I'm like, I would, you should want to die for a man who wants to make sure that once y'all together, you don't really have issues like getting stuff or whatever. But I think because her credit probably is bad, and because she's bad with money, she feel like if I allow him to provide for me, he'll use that against me because that's all she dated before. I don't see any malice in what Jose is doing, but I think she's putting malice on it based on her past because she's not used to somebody having like no ill intent. So he can be trying to just be like a provider, and she can't see that that's okay for him to want to provide for her. He's not trying to control her or make her feel less than. He wants to help you build up your credit. Like, we should not be taking big trips right now. I don't really know you right now. So I think he made complete sense in his reasons for let's not do that. Let's get your credit score to where my credit score is at.
I think she got her a pretty good match in him. She knows she don't know how to manage her bills and stuff, so he's going to help you do that. I think the reason why she gives him so much pushback, it could be because of her past, but I think primarily it's because of how her father raised her to be a woman that has her own. And I feel like he did that because he knew it wasn't a lot of good prospects out here that's preparing to provide for their wife in that fashion. So I think she should work on releasing her I'm in control woman, whatever it is, and allow him to lead. But I still stand with her on that separate account though. Like, I just because whatever's left, like, I don't want it to be like, let's say it's $10,000 left and you go get some for $8,000 of our money. No, and you leaving me too. Like, that's not cool. So I think that they should have their together and then separate. It only makes sense. But I think she got a pretty decent guy in him, as long as he's into her.
I feel like Rachel, I think they did a good job matching them because Rachel's the type of personality that can be led, but something about Jose is given very much controlling. So I think she's nervous that he's going to take away all her freedom. The other thing I was thinking, Jose brought up this checkbox again. And if you are a man who really is not into women, but you need somebody to be morphed into your lifestyle, you should sign up for Married at First Sight because they will match her on paper to you and you can go on about your life and all your boxes will be checked. So it is a possibility he may be Metro, but I'm just saying that is the perfect scenario for somebody who wants to live the lifestyle of a perfectionist.
But he ain't even get all the boxes checked with her. And she gonna ask this man, did you ask for, basically somebody like you? Yes. I don't know too many men that got it together that's not asking for somebody that's just like them. You know what I'm saying? If he built it up to be financially stable, he don't want nobody coming in tearing it down.
And I see in the comment section how they're saying how you can save it for trips, or how we cannot say that women who make good money are bad with money. I want to make it clear. Mirla and Rachel are two different spectrums. Mirla is good with her money. She makes it. She can afford things. Rachel said she could not afford a trip, but she got a credit card. You're bad with money. If your savings account is not growing, you're bad with money because you're budgeting to do things, but you're using credit cards to do that. That's bad with money. So Mirla and Rachel are two different. We know one is saying that what Mirla does is wrong because she's affording herself. She's building up her portfolio. She's building her savings, herself. Rachel isn't doing that. She said herself how she isn't. So she said she's bad with money. That's on her. So you can save up for a trip. However, if you only have $5,000 per month in your income, but you want to take a trip that costs $5,000, you can't afford that. You're living outside your means. So you have to sometimes build up yourself to get to a point where that $5,000 ain't no big issue. She ain't there yet. The credit card was there. That's it.
Okay, then. That's all we have to say on those two. Let's move on to Ryan and Brett. I don't know what's going on.
For what? What they do?
I ain't talking about
Listen. I mean, she said that the political views.
What did they do? What did they do this episode?
The political views were also an issue for them. And she said that it might be a deal breaker for her, but I don't believe it because most white women, like, y'all be saying that shit, but y'all don't be caring that much. Y'all not gonna not marry a man because he has opposing or not be with a man because he has opposing political views. That's why he wasn't even giving her that conversation because he know how white women are. Like, you'll get over it. And eventually you'll be voting the way I'm voting.
I would not date a man who supports Trump.
It
I
reminded
would not
me.
do that.
Of course
Well,
not.
that's because we don't have the privilege to not care the way that these
Right.
white women do. Like Virginia last season with Eric, her and Eric, she had the privilege to not care. Like, what is my one vote gonna do? Because it doesn't affect people who look like her. So while Brett is very much trying to be on some, I care about societal issues, I think she brought up a good point. She said, I understand living a conservative life, but when it comes to society, he should care about things like that. But do I think that's a fight that she gonna put up? Just like Bondi said, no, not at all. That's why I can go on a tangent. That's why a lot of the feminist movement things kind of irritate me, because I feel like majority of the time it's geared towards white women. We have all these different resource groups that people want to assign themselves to. I'm all here for the female, but you won't catch me out here caping for no woman that has the privilege to not care about things that I have to care about as a Black woman.
But it was the men. It was the men who didn't care. That's the part, because both Mirla and the girl, Brett, I don't know what she is. Brett was the ones who did not, who cared about stuff. It was a guy who was like, okay, they no big deal. So I feel like both Gil and Mirla and Brett Ryan had the same thing. Both the men was like, whatever, and they like, fuck that. No, like, we want y'all to care about what's going on. But I'm like, they still boring though.
True. Okay, so we're past that. So all the couples meet up. Hold up, who else did we talking about? Yeah, that's that right. Okay. All the couples meet up, and yeah, well, we covered all of that, huh?
Right, they done left.
Give us nothing. They didn't really give us not a motherfucking thing. They didn't even.
It's never, the first 6 episodes are always like that, because that's the wedding, the reception, and honeymoon. It don't start getting good to episode 7, 8, and 9. That's when we stay at home then, and it's more shit. So I'm like, this is the easy stuff. It's
well,
like,
shit, that mean we got 2 more shows. So before we get into the last 2 shows, I want y'all to go ahead and follow us on our social media platforms. Follow us on Instagram at the Ooh Ladies First Panel. Email us at the Ooh Ladies First Panel at gmail.com. Follow me at BondyBlue on everything. Follow Jamie at Jamie That's Me on everything. Follow Jay Lee at Jay Lee's Corner on YouTube and Twitter. And then on Instagram, she is J_Lee's_corner. And then follow our good girl Niecy here at Niecy Dixon on everything. She is real popping there on the Twitter. Okay, so y'all make sure y'all do that. And before we move on, please do us all a favor. Okay, listen. So with that being said, let's go on to Love and Marriage Huntsville, baby. Okay. So Destiny versus Mel. I'm a little caught up on this situation, because even though I understand Mel's aggravation and everybody's aggravation with Destiny, I was still very much Destiny in a lot of their interactions, because I felt Mel was being passive aggressive with her. But I'm also tired of Destiny being on the show, not spilling her own tea. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all the tea. The word on the curb, allegedly, is Destiny's son is not LeBeric's son. And that is why they got a divorce so soon after she had the baby, because they got that DNA test. They got that Dana, and Dana came back, the baby was not LeBeric's. Now, I don't know who the baby for. They ain't told us that yet in the Facebook group, okay?
Now who said that? Like, who said that? I wonder. You know how you hear stuff?
I heard that too.
Is it real?
They said it in the
where it come
Facebook
from?
group. I don't know exactly who said it in the Facebook group, but LeBeric liked it when it was said.
I didn't know that he liked it. I didn't hear that part.
Yes. He apparently liked the posts that were talking about that baby not being his and this and this and this and that. Okay, because the people in my Discord, girl, they was letting me know. I wasn't expecting that to be the reason why she doesn't want to talk about shit. But once that was said, I was like, well, that makes sense. I guess Destiny felt like with the reason why the tea was so cold is because the hot tea is that the baby ain't here. So if you was gonna bring tea, you should have been bringing that hot ass tea, not this cold tea about him possibly cheating on me. Like, bitch, please.
That's why I was cold. She was way off, huh?
That's why I was cold.
I need some screenshots. I'm always weird. Y'all know how the people be in our comment section saying shit that don't be true. So I'm always like, but is it real or is it fake? So I feel like I got it. First of all, where is his Facebook group? How can I join it? But also, I feel like if the reason she's not speaking about it is because of that, I applaud her because she's trying to keep her child out of the mess. Because it's gonna take one argument about something. It's gonna be like, well, your baby, and I don't do that. So I feel like whatever the issues was, she should be able to discuss, even if it's not about the baby. Because I think that would not be the only reason for the divorce. Because before the baby was born, they already had issues. So I think that could have been a topper for it. But I mean,
yeah, they were supposed to get married in 2013, and it didn't happen. I'm going back in my Discord so I can find the actual screenshot for you. Because I feel like
when I feel like with Mel and Destiny, what the thing was, I was team Destiny only because, like Bonnie said, Mel has a tendency when she was talking to her and she kept turning her head at the Taco Tuesday thing, whatever. Even when they were at her house talking, and Mel kind of closed her eyes. All that to me means you not giving me the respect of having a face-to-face conversation. You're kind of being rude to me because you don't like what I'm saying. And like for me, when I talk to my friends, I'm like, give me your attention because I'm giving you mine. And I got her saying, you were kind of dismissing me. You were talking to me as if I was a kid and I'm not. And my whole issue was you brought this girl to my party who came on bullshit and I just didn't know why. So I like how even when she came in, Daddy got right to the point. My issue with you is this and this and this. And Mel did seem off. Mel do seem guilty of something I don't know what she's guilty of. But Mel was acting different and funny for me. Not as if she planned it, but as if she knew what was happening, she didn't care to warn Destiny. So Mel moving a little bit different in my opinion.
Okay, so I'm seeing that she didn't send me the screenshots, but she just ran it to us in the group or whatever. But I said allegedly, but either way, I feel like that makes sense if you think about what reason would you have to come on a reality show with your man thinking that y'all gonna be on the show and then all of a sudden he not on the show, y'all divorced and we ain't talking about the shit as if your homegirl and just go through a divorce at the exact same time. So I just kind of feel like it makes sense. But you're right.
But does it
necessarily be true?
Because think about this. If that's true, why would she go at Martell for the side baby? If you had a side baby, why would you come back on the show for one and then go at him for a side baby for two? Because you, like him, you had a baby outside of your marriage or relationship with somebody else
lacking in empathy though? Because that's what she had said though. She was like, it's the lack of empathy for me. That's what she didn't say nothing about the actual. She was like, because that's your kid. So I feel like that's why he went in her neck. Remember, he asked her, he was like, and they've been tiptoeing around it. That was another thing. Marceau said, well, what did she do? Remember when he was talking to Tisha? And he was like, well, what did Destiny do in order for them to not be together? And I think Martell asked her that same thing. So I feel like they have been dancing around the shit. It's just that we didn't know.
I need a DNA test. I need a paper.
I don't believe it. I think that's that man's son. I do. I think that's his child.
I hope it is. I hope it is. I will hope,
And that's the thing. I think like when people send, I think like y'all send us stuff or whatever, start sending us screenshots and shit. Like your word don't mean shit if I can't see the proof. So
your word don't mean shit.
Because they'll say something, we'll repeat it, and then we wrong. And I'm like, what they said right here? I'm like, so if you see something, always get a screenshot first, then tell me the tea so I got proof. So when I say it, it's like, okay, here's the proof. Because I'm looking like, I feel like that's a hard secret to keep on a reality show. The same way they couldn't keep Martell's cheating and baby a secret, I feel like if she did fuck somebody else, someone would leak that solely because she is being so quiet about shit. Someone would expose her, and she'd be dumb to go back on that show knowing that's her secret.
I guess we'll see. I mean, somebody said LeBerick just posted the baby on his Instagram saying Daddy's baby. So I don't know.
Okay.
See how they be lying to people?
Yeah, we never
He
know.
like, how I get into this? What did I do? I'm out of my own business. It ain't my baby. But that's how they did with Monique. That ain't Chris' baby. Rumors start real easy and whatever, and I'd be real careful because I think people tell us shit just to have us say it to see what will happen.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
If people would stop getting on reality shows and not wanting to talk about what the fuck is going on, then people wouldn't be able to create these scenarios. Because I didn't even think about this shit, okay? But I have been wondering what the fuck she is doing on this show if we don't know what the hell is going on with her. But she got so much to say about everybody else.
I think it's for messiness. Because think about it, Mel. I think it's for messiness.
I need her to spill some of her own tea, though. Like, I need for you to spill some of your own tea.
That's why they brought Tiffany on. They said, you want for your tea? We're going to bring on Tiffany, and she'll spill it for you. So they actually smart.
Cold tea. But she had cold tea, though. Her tea wasn't even hot.
But no, because I didn't think he was cheating.
Huh?
I think her tea was cold to Destiny, but it wasn't cold to us. I'm not like, he was with somebody else. So it was shocking for us. So I think they're trying to make sure that the show isn't like boring without, because like there is we can't find Marceau's mistress. Kimmy and Maurice is kind of okay or whatever. So I felt like they knew we have to bring in something that'll make the people either be mad with somebody or want someone to snitch on somebody, and that's Destiny and Tiffany.
So this was another thing somebody said was that the baby's name was changed. At first, the baby's name was LeBerick Jr., and now the baby's name is Law. So, it was other things that were being said, that was just like...
Well, it might be his initials. LeBerick, whatever, William.
Yeah, I thought that was the first name. That's what I thought. I didn't think that it was a...
That's just me reaching, y'all.
I thought it was a nickname, too.
I was trying to make it make sense.
I mean, if it was LeBerick Jr., then how? Never mind. Anyway, it don't even matter. Only time will tell. But remember at the end of the episode when Marceau turns to Martell and tells him, if you love her, don't get a paternity test?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that? What was that about?
I was confused on if he was saying if you love coleslaw, don't get one, or if he was saying if you love mail, don't get one.
I thought he was coleslaw.
I thought he was talking about coleslaw.
And I thought he meant mail. So it was a confusing they cut and pasted. You can tell it was whatever, but I was confused on which person he was, because I think it's clear that Martell still loves Mel. Mel still loves Martell. I think we can see that clearly, but I do think if it wasn't a baby, they would still be together. He probably would not keep cheating because she would have divorced him, but they could have got back together. So I do think, like with Martell and side baby, and not Leslie with her side baby, it's weirdness all up and through the thing. But again, if you love coleslaw, I don't see, because he asked coleslaw for the DNA test when she was still pregnant on last season, and he said, "Well, I do want one." So I felt like he's already brought that to the table.
Yes,
that's why I thought they were saying if you love male, don't get a DNA test because that is proof it's your baby.
I feel like that was Marceau just being messy. I thought he was talking about coleslaw, and I thought Marceau was being messy. That was his way of trying to figure out, like, do you love this woman or what? I think that's what he wanted him to answer.
I forget that was his name.
Okay, so I guess I wasn't reaching. Yeah, I thought I was trying to make it make sense.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, listen, I'm just giving y'all what they had gave me, bitch. I said it was alleged.
Am I frozen?
No.
Oh, that's Jamie. Okay.
I
was scared it was me.
Oh man,
thought it was me.
She's gonna come back.
The things that I wanted to say about Destiny and Mel. I definitely thought that Mel was tripping last episode. This episode, I felt like we were getting very much like Shawnee O'Neal. Like whenever she came over, well, we're gonna talk about that in a second, but I felt like she was trying to regulate a lot of things. Like at the nacho party when she was like, "I'm not done, I'm speaking." It kind of reminded me of like, I'm head bitch in charge, like I'm your boss. Chill out.
But I don't think Mel has any power. I think Mel may be the closest to Carlos.
I think she
But
has
I
a lot of
also feel like
influence.
I don't think she. I think if she did, we would have. The baby mama was the fact that she on the phone to be proves Mel don't have as much power as we think she do,
You
because I
said
think
the
a lot of
fact that
things would
what?
not have when they had old girl on the phone last season. I think she never wanted the girl to even be mentioned at all, and I think that they want to have her on. I think Mel feel like I have to come off like a big boss, but I also feel as if she don't control anyone's checks. So I don't think she has the power to do anything besides act bossy, but she can't. But she's not the boss. And I think that's
Yeah,
why that was like, girl, whatever,
I get what
calm
you
down. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but I feel like that influence still does a lot, especially if Destiny was brought on the show because of her and Martell. Like your example with the phone conversation, Carlos is going to produce a good show either way it go. So I feel like she had no power with that. But as far as influence, I feel like she can impact that.
I don't think she had no power.
I definitely think she was executive producing, and I think it comes from the place of the story needs to not just be about me and Martell now, and I need to help the other people that are on the show take over some of the load of the story being about them. That's why Tiffany is brought in as your friend to expose everybody's business and all of that. I definitely think that she's doing some producing. Not to say that she can make any real decisions, but I definitely feel like as the Nene or the HBIC, whatever, of the
Yeah.
show, she definitely has a sway and pull that adds to the show. And I just kind of feel like I didn't like that. And I felt like Destiny was pressing her like a real ass friend would have. And I just felt like them kind of glazing over the situation with the watermelon. I was just like, okay, so we're doing that. That.
But I also feel like with Mel, um, she didn't execute producing well. I think if she was smarter, she would have did it where we didn't notice it. I think it was too noticeable what she was trying to do. So to me, she's still not even doing it right. Like you're trying hard, you don't have to. And I think that's why when Becky pressed her back, to me it meant you have no. Because if I have power, I'm not gonna go with you because I'm the least. I don't have anything on the show right now, so I can easily be replaced. So let me, bow down to her. Going back at Mel at how she did means you have no power here. You think you do, but you don't. But I'm gonna try to produce shit. But when you do it with me, I'm gonna cut your ass out and you always watermelon. So I mean, it's a weird dynamic between them two now.
Okay. So outside of that, Tisha and Marceau. Child, I'm so tired of Tisha thinking somebody wants to fuck Marceau. Don't nobody want Marceau. But a lot of their conversations and a lot of the things that Marceau says makes me feel like Marceau absolutely, if he's not doing something right now with one specific person who knows to shut the fuck up, unlike Ariane, that he has done it in the past. And maybe now it just might be over so he feels safe. But either way, he talks and acts like somebody that absolutely does what the fuck he wants to do when he wants to do it. And I think that he likes to ignore Tisha's feelings. That's why he doesn't want to go to therapy. That's why he doesn't inquire why are we going to therapy? What's wrong? Because he doesn't care. He doesn't want to fix it. He wants you to be his wife and do all the things that he feels like a wife should do. And he wants to be a husband and he wants to do things so he can later on say, well, I needed an outlet and I was handling all these things. Well, she's telling you she wants to work, but you don't want to let her work. So you want to take on more load so that you can have the right to say later on, I was cheating on you or I was fucking over you because I was carrying all of this load that I would not let you help me with. So I'm over Marceau, because I think he's trolling a lot of the times, but I also feel like he is not to be trusted, Tisha. He's just not.
Yeah, I'm over Marceau too. I want her to stop assuming that everybody wants him and saying that we want him to be the bad guy. No, you want him to be the bad guy. Kira, whoever, could barely have a conversation with your man before you ran over there and snatched him up. So don't try and make it seem like we as the viewers are seeing something completely different than what y'all both are showing us on the screen. Something's going on, girl. Ain't nobody stunning him but you, though. We just calling it out for how we see it.
I think he's always been the same person that he is now. So I don't get why he acts as if how he is so different, and now we need help. He's always been the same asshole. So you should want to fix that, yes, but don't be surprised he doesn't want to fix it. He doesn't want to fix shit he knows wrong. As far as her, who wants him, nobody. I barely think I think she's stuck with him, and because that's her person. I'm gonna be here because what else am I gonna do? Who else gonna put up with my shit? I think Tisha knows she's difficult. So who else might want me? Somebody might though, but again, I mean, you stuck in your situation, and I'm tired of their like boring back and forth, But Marcel, it's like, girl, he don't care. He's shown he don't care because you ain't going nowhere. I still don't think he's cheating, only because I feel like if Marcel was cheating, someone would snitch. I feel like these couples. I think it would be more than just these random rumors. I do think he's flirtatious. Yes, I think that's true, but I don't think he's actually fucking somebody else yet.
I'm with you on that yet. Literally. What it was for me was the rumors of this side baby. That's where I felt like people were just making stuff up. So that's why I was like, nah, he ain't cheating. But like Bonnie said, to her point, he seems very much like I'm going to do what I want to do when I want to do it. And I feel like that's definitely one of the things that drew Tisha to Marceau initially. I feel like she signed up for that submissive lifestyle thinking it was going to be all good. And years later, you're not happy. So now you're collecting these degrees to feel like you're doing something because you can't do anything at all because you signed up to be a housewife and it sucks. And I hate to see that she thinks that she can change somebody like Marceau. Marceau will never change. He's very rigid in the way he thinks and his upbringing. So, I mean, that's on her. But yeah, I think that's all I had to say about them besides her thinking somebody wanted Marceau. I'm over it.
So
Don't
she
nobody
said
want
in this
Marceau.
comment, Elaine said, I don't think he's cheating, but his willingness to be so dismissive. I also think his willingness to allow it to be up in the air. Because if you notice, he's never 100% said no to anything. He's never like given a straight answer, like talking about it. He always gives some, some rhetoric or says some fucking quote or some stupid shit. He just says something to talk around the issue without ever having to admit it. And that's why I think he trolls, because people are going to read into the fact that you never completely give an honest answer. You don't talk straight. Neither you nor Maurice talk straight. Y'all talking zigzags and shit until y'all make people dizzy and they just give up on trying to understand whatever the fuck y'all are talking about. So that, I just kind of feel like he's untrustworthy in that way because I feel like you can't trust what he says. Marceau has definitely cheated. I don't know if he's still cheating though. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's either happened already or he just he is chosen wisely. Okay, chosen a bitch who knows her position and is happy to play it and will get on the phone with Tisha and say, girl, what? I have no idea what they're talking about, girl. I would never. I do not want no Marceau. I do not want him, girl. You know what I'm saying? Like because there's still women out there who know how to be an old hoe. And old hoes used to know how to shut the fuck up. Okay. Your old lady asked them and they like, girl, what? Who? Me? Girl, stop. You know what I'm saying? They know nothing. Okay.
I feel like Martell is just the one that got caught. I'm thinking about seasons ago, or maybe an interview I saw. Marceau or Maurice was talking and saying that they used to go to a bar all the time where Ariane worked, but didn't know that was his mistress. So it's like y'all used to run in circles together. They're not that much different.
I really do think he's just a smarter cheater. I really do. But either way, I think once he got on the show, he cleaned all his shit up. I think he was smart enough to do that. Martell, on the other way, couldn't let his shit go. All right. But moving on from there, they had Monster's graduation party this episode, and Tiffany cried when Maurice decided to unleash his daddy on her. And I was partially here for it because don't be up here trying to drop no kids' tea, trying to be fucking messy so that you can make a splash on the show. I feel like that was a cheap shot to bring up their kid. But I also felt like Maurice was going in too hard and trying to deflect from the fact that, this happened because you aren't present enough for your son. And when your wife tried to tell you that you weren't present enough for your son, you blew her off. And now she's finding out about this from a stranger. And that means to me, you feel like y'all are in some type of competition for who's the better parent or some shit like that. And you felt embarrassed. So you didn't want to tell her what happened. And to me, that's fucked up because she's another mother to your son. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So yeah.
I felt two different ways on it. I feel like with Maurice, I feel like he is not around enough. But I also feel like parents can be around all the time and their kids will still make mistakes. So I don't think the reason he smoked the stuff was because Maurice wasn't around. I think he was doing kid shit. However, I like the fact that he's like, you know what, it's my son. I'm going, because you're an adult who did something that you shouldn't have done. So I feel like sometimes you have to be a little bit forceful in your going at someone about your kid because you like, don't do it again. Because I think Tiffany brought it up in such a flippant way. When one, he ain't your child. Two, you don't know this couple to even be speaking on their child in general. And not only that, you brought it up on TV. So I think his point was you did some foul shit. And so I like that he did not let her off. I like that he made sure to also include her husband because I don't want to go at your wife in any way, but I want y'all both to know how much it upset me that y'all took a private matter with my son and y'all have now put it on the show. Because the fact that Kimmy didn't know to me means it wasn't for the show. And so now my son has to deal with these comments and consequences or whatever publicly, and we didn't want that. Now he was still wrong as fuck without telling Kimmy, yes. But I feel like if Kimmy had known, Tiffany saying it would have still been wrong. So I liked his intensity. I liked his point in you don't know how kids will react to public pressure. And you have not put my son to the point of being under public pressure. I know my son, he can't handle that. And so I think that was his reason for going
then why come on a reality show?
Because his son wasn't there at that point in time. And we don't see
his son was a part of his storyline from the very beginning that he was trying to get his son. So we always knew his son was going to be on the show.
Your son can be there. It's a difference between your son being there and someone saying your son did this, what some people think is a bad thing. So I don't think his issue is I don't want my son being in a public eye, but don't tell my son's personal business that I didn't tell my wife, and you then bring that thing on the show. Because he can be, the kid can feel judged.
I get him, and I get that. But I just kind of feel like, when is Maurice going to take some responsibility for how this all went down? And what I mean by that is, if you know your son is too sensitive to take public pressure, I'm trying to understand why you would even get on this show. Because once again, you were putting your career before your family, to be honest and to be real. And you know, he don't want to have that conversation because that's what he does as it pertains to Monster now. Monster has to sit on the back burner while he does his career thing. And I also feel like that's the way he is in his relationship with Kimmy. You're in school, then you got the career and you're always working, and now you're making her primarily responsible for your son. And it's not that I feel like the son, you know, like, oh, because you're not home, your son is smoking. But I do feel like when you aren't there and somebody has told you you're not there, you feel guilty when shit like this happens. Not saying that, you know, it's because of it, but I feel like he felt a guilt anyway. And I think that was why it was so much energy towards Tiffany. Now, fuck her and her tears at the end of the day, because she was being a messy bitch. So I don't feel bad for her, but I also feel like he often does that. Like, he grandstands and runs his fucking mouth, and I never see him take real accountability for him lacking in the situation, or how he always puts so much on Kimmy and then keeps her out of the loop on such a huge thing that happened with the son. Like, y'all are on a reality show. You should have known at some point that things your son do might reach the internet or reach the show. And if that's the case,
I think that's his
be
point.
The last person to find out about it.
I think everybody agree him not telling Kimmy was wrong. I think that's a fact over there. But I also feel like as a father, he has a right to be pissed that something private between him, the kid, Kai went to school, got to Tiffany some kind of way.
But it's not.
But
private.
It is.
But
there are things.
It made it to the show. It made it to the show. But what I mean is that
that's the thing. There are things that people
about it. It's not private. Is what I mean.
That's why he said, "How do you find out?" Because there are things that all of us have going on in our lives.
Found out.
That's the thing. There are things that we all have going on in our life that we don't want people to know. We all have something that in our life that we don't want someone to, that's our personal business. So right. So the thing is, he has the right to want to keep certain things about his son's things private, even if he's on TV. We on YouTube, but certain things we keep private because it's our private lives.
It's not a reality show.
My point, when you put yourself out to the public, whether it's on YouTube or it's on Zeus or on OWN, you still are letting people into your life a little bit. So there are things in your life that you want to be private. He
so
has
you don't
the right.
think that Maurice is in any way projected?
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. My point is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing that he doesn't have a right to be upset.
But I don't think he's projecting per se. I think he was just pissed that someone did something. He just addressed it.
I don't think he's projecting. What I think, the reason why I think it feels like he's beating a dead horse is because, for one, okay, well, let me say this. The only thing that I think that he should have addressed in regards to his son is him not telling Kimmy. That's the only thing he should have addressed on camera. I feel like he's beating a dead horse because this is probably something that he's already handled privately with his son and just didn't expect it to come on camera. So not only does he have to read Tiffany for filth, but he has to say all or address all the things that he thinks the public is going to say about his son. He has to talk about him being a black man, talk about not having all these chances, which is another reason why I said Monster looked disinterested a couple episodes ago, because we don't know when this happened or how many times they had already discussed it. Mm-hmm. I think Tiffany really should have got cussed the fuck out, if we want to be honest. I think they were very respectful. I just couldn't even listen to her, especially when she said, I'm the first person, if my kids make a mistake, I'll post about it. Well, if you feel that way, why didn't we hear about your kids? Right? Like, Maurice is right. Black kids do not have the same level of forgiveness when it comes to them making mistakes. Monster being a minor, that should have never been discussed on TV. I feel like if it would have happened without cameras, he would have had that same conversation with her, but I don't think he would have doubled down and beat a dead horse that whole conversation. So Tiffany and her tears can go. She really got on my nerves. The thing that I couldn't stand the most was when Mel came over and tried to regulate the conversation as though they couldn't make Tiffany cry. Then when you go to the bathroom with Tiffany, you telling her that the real problem is that Kimmy didn't know. Yes, but that's a problem for her and her husband to discuss. So the whole thing was fucked up. I don't feel like it's anything that anybody can say to say that Tiffany was somewhat okay to bring that up. Her spilling on Destiny, go ahead. But you talking about a minor? Nah, you should have got cussed out.
My whole thing is that I'm still trying to understand, was it regular vaping or was it weed? Because I was like, this is
no, weed. Kids don't be vaping tobacco. They be vaping weed.
Okay.
I think that
I thought they meant tobacco.
When it I don't want Mel to go throughout this season baby and Tiffany. If Tiffany's going to do things, then Tiffany has to stand in her stuff. Stop trying to say, I think we all can agree that what she said to Destiny wasn't malicious. You don't get to make that decision. I feel like stop trying to baby her in this situation. When it comes to Maurice and Kimmy, I hate that Kimmy went over there with him. It made me feel like a do-wife, like whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Like, you wasn't even trying to include me on what was going on with the young man, but now you want me to be a part of this conversation you're gonna have with somebody. Only for Kaya to walk over, and she didn't even know what the hell was really fully going on. So it's like, if his mother is in the building, why are you bringing Kimmy? You won't be wanting Kimmy advice any other time, so bring the mother. So for me, it's that he has communication issues. Another thing I wanted to bring up was when he goes and talks to Monster about, how he's being seen and how he's being looked at, and now you got to do this and that. I hear you, Maurice, but I also feel like it's more so about your image than it is about your child's at times. The other last thing that I want to admit is what was it? It was something else I was gonna say. Oh, the kids. So when it comes down to the kids, I feel like this conversation should have never made air, in my opinion. I feel like that because no other child on Love and Marriage, Huntsville business has been discussed. It's only been about adults. So that's why I feel like y'all should have kept this
You know what I'm saying? Off the air. And this child shouldn't have to be a victim of some grown ass people talking about his personal business. So if she wanted to bring it to air, I felt like Maurice had every right to check her on air. And I'm glad that he brought her husband along so he can get their work too. And also understand you need to keep your wife in check. Okay. If it's going to be about the adults, let it be about the adults. Don't bring the children into it. They gonna make dumb mistakes. They're going to do stupid things. But I just feel like he could have left the kids' business out. And I also feel like the speeches he give are more about his own image than it is about his child.
Did y'all get the feeling
that's
that
what we can agree?
Did y'all get the feeling that Tiffany didn't tell her husband what she said about Monster and only about it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Even
you see,
but
he's
I feel like
threatening
he
next
knows.
week.
I know that when he said how my wife sometimes says things that will cause conversation, he's used to having to kind of explain away
Apologize for
when
her.
she's right. So he know that. And I like that. And I think for Jamie, when you said, why he bring over Kimmy, I think it's because he wanted to have his wife with him to talk to Lewis's wife. I think it made sense, even though she should have known. But I also wish she would have brought over Kimmy and Kite together.
Absolutely.
But I like how when Kite walked over, they sat down. They was a unit. At the end of the day, they may have the issue, but I'm like, that was a unit saying, "Look, don't do this shit no more." Because, like Lisa said, it was, or both y'all said, it should have not came on air. We have not heard about. We see the kids a little bit here, a little bit there, whatever, but we don't hear about anything going on with them because again, most parents don't want their kids shit out when they're younger. Usually when these shows, when the kids are like older high schools or whatever, we hear a little shit there. But I'm like, it is very aggravating that because he's an 8th grader at this point in time, and that was something personal that happened. And like someone in the comments said, he handled it off screen with his son, and it wasn't on the show. And Tiffany brought it on the show, and that's the weird part for me. Like, why you bring of all the shit it's a kid conversation with someone who you not even friends with.
And then this is the thing for me. He sat up there and asked Tiffany, where did this information come from? Did it come from the school? Because whoever it came from, this person needs to be checked. She said, I don't know. You don't know, but you feel so comfortable repeating some stuff and you don't even know where you got it from.
That's because everybody's talking about it.
Know. Say what, Bondi?
I said that's because everybody was talking about it. Like when they were acting, that's why I was kind of aggravated because I was just kind of like, everybody at that school was probably talking about that shit when it happened. You know what I'm saying?
I think she found out from her child too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, the kids go home and tell their people what happened. And shit, her kid might have been in the bathroom vaping too. But I'm going to just say this. I think a lot of my reaction comes from me feeling like kids do shit like this and it's not that big of a deal. And I don't think it's going to be like, like he robbing 7-Elevens or some shit or stealing cars and all of that type of stuff. He vaped in the school bathroom. Like, like I was getting finger fucked in the school bathroom at his age. Like, things happen. You know what I'm saying?
But would your parents bring it up at their friend dinner?
No, but I got outed for being gay and in the principal's office in front of my parents, and that shit was terrible. So,
but that's the thing. So Monster was outed for vaping on national television.
Yeah, I was.
So that I think that's where he's pointing. My son might not handle this part well, even though we're on the show.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying too. I'm just saying in general for comments' sake. Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree in this situation at all. I just feel like the vaping, I don't like the fact that they make it seem like he's a hoodlum because he was vaping. Like, it ain't that fucking deep. But I understand people feeling like Tiffany was being messy because she absolutely was being messy. That wasn't coming from a good place at all, bitch. You definitely used that kid to bolster your existence on this fucking show. And that was extremely messed up. But I just constantly feel like Maurice is always grandstanding, and I'm tired of him in his little tight shirts and his suit jackets talking and making bug eyes and still being basically a mama's boy to Kimmy. But pushing on from there, Wanda J. Blige came and wrecked the party. Okay, Wanda J. Blige came in that situation and told Mel and Martell that, listen, girl, ain't nobody gonna want you with all them kids. So you need to just go ahead back to him with his tight shirt wearing ass, okay? Because I wouldn't leave, girl. I got 2 husbands, okay? I got 2 menses. And if I was you, girl, I would not be trying to, because he love you. And you knew about that side chick. You knew about the coleslaw for the whole 5 years now. Okay, and then she said some other words that wasn't real words and shit. You know, reconsider,
Reconcile.
reconcile. She needs to reconcile. Okay, it was reconsider and recognize all together. You need to reconsider and you need to recognize. So reconcile. That Martell is the onlyest one girl that's gonna love you, because any other man, he gonna disrespect you and he ain't gonna be the father of your kids, girl. I said, Wanda J. Blige, shut the entire fuck up with that ignorant ass shit. Melody Holt is a fucking LLC and an empire at this point. She gonna find her a nigga with money that want her and all them kids, and gonna show up with a tight shirt on and a head full of hair to shake Martell's hand as he passes the kids off on the weekends and shit. Get the fuck out of here. If you think that girl can't find a man, you is sadly mistaken, Wanda J. Blige.
I think Wanda's silly because you just sat up here and bragged about being married to 2 men and then go tell this lady that she ain't gonna find nobody for herself. Go have a seat with your daughter and have a conversation, because you sound dumb as hell.
But she was talking shit about him cheating last season. Like, y'all was fussing in the parking lot because of what he did to Mel, and you was telling Mel how she can do better. Now all of a sudden, girl,
and then she was
love that man.
She was in Coleslaw comments talking about how beautiful she was. I said, bitch, no, you wasn't in Coleslaw comments talking about how beautiful she was.
I think Wanda is like, she's the fool of the show. Like, she say full of shit. They like, girl, that's just Wanda. That's just Wanda. I like when she comes, because it breaks up the couple shit when she come around. It's like you can't really be too serious when Wanda talk. You be with, I'm like, bitch, be with who? I don't want Martell. But they do look like they want to be together.
Facts. Low key, I was thinking that too. Low key, she just keeping a strong face. Even when they was at the counseling meeting, and she was, did she wipe his teeth or she rubbed his back?
Rubbed his back. Get off me, Mel.
She would have taken him back if it was no baby.
I think in a couple years she might take him back. If Martell learn,
if he can get that builder's license, maybe.
Not the builder's license. I think if he learned to stop cheating and he can admit to all the bullshit he did, I do think in like 2 or 3 years they could get back together. And that's if she hasn't moved on to them. But again, the divorce is still fresh. I know that that's there too. But they have a calmness around each other that if they're not fussing and fighting, it's like you would not even know they divorced, because it is.
That's what the mama was saying. Remember the mama was saying, that's not what I saw from y'all when he kept acting like, oh, the shit with Mel was so terrible and that's why he went and cheated. She was like, but I never saw that.
When Mel was sitting there and he was just staring at her because he loves her. Mm-hmm. He liked being in her presence, and I think she don't mind being close to him either.
When he first came in,
he gave her a hug.
He gave him the church pat, and he was like, "Bitch, give me a hug."
Yeah, but he always want to hug me. I'm like, y'all like hugging because y'all still have that love. I mean, y'all was still
fucking. That baby is brand new. The fuck.
They was out
fucking her and the other girl at the same damn time.
They were out together recently. I can't call it a celebration, but I don't know if they went to the bowling alley with the kids or a skating rink with the kids.
I know he was at her video. He was at her video release party dressed like it was him and her together. He had on a white jacket that matched the white dress that she had. I was just like, what the fuck is this, Melody?
She better not be playing with this song.
They gonna get back with that man. I get him 2 to 3.
Probably.
Nene got back with Greg.
He got that bum dick.
Some folks say you have to leave him and divorce him to make him realize how you can leave, but that doesn't mean you're really done with him.
Probably. But let's go ahead and move on because I've had enough. So Real Housewives of Potomac is the final show that we are discussing. And before we get into it, Wendy and Candace were both on the Jasmine brand this week. And Wendy said that it's so funny that Robin decided to get online and say she didn't know anything about this rumor about Eddie. What happened? When really Miss Karen over here. Y'all know I like to call. I'm starting to call Robin a Karen because she be real Rachel Dolezal, angry white lady, drunk, mad, in a fucking duster sweater, patting her pussy. Bitch, you is doing a lot. I need you to get some help. But yeah, y'all. Wendy said that Robin is the one that texted her and told her about that rumor, sent it to her and said, "Hey, what kind of lawyer is Eddie? Because we need to get him to shut this down." And I remember that, and I think that might have been all about the tea. But either way,
that's where it was. Yeah.
Yeah. But either way, it's like, so Robin, why are you up here lying, saying you did not know what the rumor was, and they dubbed your vocals over the conversation, when we know good and goddamn well there is no way in hell that Giselle and Ashley had a conversation about Eddie cheating, and you and Giselle didn't have a conversation about Eddie cheating, because normally Robin and Giselle have these conversations before anybody else has. Like,
But
they
you know, I
already
will
showed
say,
us that too. So she didn't even have to. Wendy didn't even have to open her mouth, because they already showed us that them two already had this conversation. Because Robin said that she didn't even believe the stuff that was.
but you know, I think though that you mean the scene when they were in the room sitting, and then she walked in.
Mhm.
What I will say, not to defend Robin, I do sometimes find it weird when we hear conversations between them two,
But
and we don't see their mouth moving, but we hear the audio. I think in those moments, that is them pacing stuff together, because usually the same that we saw Giselle and Ashley talk and have a conversation, we did not see that with Robin and Giselle, and usually with them two,
Right.
we see their conversation. So I do feel like
That's what
she
her
knew
argument
about the
was,
rumor,
that they dubbed her vocals over that scene.
over the scene. So I do think she knew about it, for one, but I also feel like she didn't think about it. What happened a couple months ago in the blogs, that's what she was talking about, because again, as she said, she hadn't talked to her. So I think Robin thing was not that I didn't know, but I didn't know what they were talking about, because again, Robin had not heard of Jill about it, and she went out there with Wendy and Ashley. So to me, even though Robin was drunk and on some bullshit, and she went too hard,
girl, that scrunchie in the braids.
Warren Dixon must be here, because
he must have been.
For Robin, just like Warren Dixon is
but no,
here, y'all.
And I'm like, not to take up for Robin, but I do feel like with any of these shows, when I don't see their mouth moving, I feel like that ain't what they said. Because if they said it, you would at least show their mouth saying it. So I believe Robin on that point. However, you still went too far with the fussing with Wendy, and you on bullshit. But I do think someone can show you something when it first happened, because it was all about the tea. And we can talk about shit, and then a month we're like, what was that shit? We forget that we even had a conversation. So I don't think Robin was lying. She just wondered, what are y'all talking about? Because what, she drunk.
I think she was lying. I think she was trying to defend her friend and defend Giselle at all costs. She felt like that Wendy was getting in Giselle's ass and, what? What's going on? What is she talking about? Like, I just felt it was all coming from a real angsty, I need to hurry up and defend my friend before she don't let me eat her pussy tonight once we get back to the room. Because I felt like they probably secretly, because I mean, why you ain't been able to find and keep a man, Giselle? I'll let it go. But you do seem like the type that was girly and probably, made it like
because Giselle is a bitch.
Yeah, that's cool. But
Giselle's single
all over the place.
No,
they got
Giselle's single
Shawnee
because
continues to get a man in them nostrils.
But Shawnee be liking dudes. Giselle is so focused on Giselle, she don't have time for no man. I think Giselle is just
on herself. What is she doing?
She focused on everybody else.
I'm about to say, it's her dressing, her hair, and don't nothing show she focused on herself.
She's focused on trying to be Giselle Bryan on Potomac. That's all she do. She don't do shit else. She knew she was
don't have the capacity. She don't have the bandwidth. Listen, either way, I still feel like in that scene, I could see Robin being upset on Giselle's behalf in such a way that it was just like, Robin, girl, I mean, yes, back your friend up when she's right, but when she's wrong, please shut the fuck up.
She was mad because
I defend my friends. I would defend my friends in public and cut their ass out in private. I'm a person I'm like, do not jump on the bandwagon against me. But check me when I'm wrong when we talking. I do feel like Robin should check Giselle more privately as a friend if she don't want to do it in public. I'm cool with that, but I feel like we don't even see Robin check her when she wrong, like just when it's just them two. Like when it's just them two, she still,
I don't think it would matter. I think Giselle gonna be who she want to be, regardless of who coming at her. Maybe if her guy says something, and I only say that because I feel like her own children have checked her about stuff, and it hasn't necessarily changed behaviors. From Giselle, and y'all know I used to go up for Giselle, but this season I'm starting I used to love Giselle. My turning point is starting to happen this season towards her.
Turning, oh my god.
Nisa, you got something to say about this?
I feel like Robin was going hard, not just for Giselle, it was because she was triggered that Wendy touched on her relationship.
Good night.
Mm.
Now, when I hear what Jay Lee said, because I was like, Robin, shut the hell up. But when I hear what you're saying, it kind of makes sense that she's trying to find out, like, was there something else that was said outside of maybe what she could have heard a long time ago, or maybe she doesn't remember. And when Wendy told her, don't worry about it, your friend will tell you, then it is like, okay, BIT, you got an attitude with me now. Okay,
now I'm gonna go cheat.
Okay. But that was a mess, y'all. That was a mess.
I'm tired of Robin and Giselle ganging up on people, and then when somebody says something, everybody gets mad. Especially Robin. Like, Robin is the main one to get all butthurt when somebody points out that she's always ganging up. And that's what I don't like. Stop ganging up. Shut the fuck up. Drink your drink. Go use the bathroom. Go call wine. But do something else for once. Besides sticking your head further up Giselle's ass in the like, just do something else.
They need to get Robin off the show. I think they should add a scholar. Take it with Robin for one season. I think that Robin is there because she's like the calm person who like don't be in the bush or whatever. But I feel like she's so far up Giselle's ass, and I get it, y'all friends. You're a loyal friend, fine. I'm the same with my people. However, for this show, it doesn't work because it's too cliquey for one, and you always have a tag team. And I'm like, Robin needs to go. Giselle could go too, but I know she won't. But I'm like, Robin can leave and keep a scholar.
Y'all remember they were supposed to have some friction on last season. I know I saw it in the preview where
I feel like I don't know where that happened, but it's like they never showed it.
It never showed. And they showed
Robin and Giselle,
and we never got to see it. Yo, they had like a little issue.
And they previewed it, and then it's like we never saw it.
Yep.
But anyway, y'all, Candace also talked to the Jasmine brand, and I liked her interview. I mean, she didn't say a lot. She just basically said that she don't see it for Mia. Karen is her coworker. She's cool with Wendy. She loves Robin when Robin's head isn't up Giselle's ass. Giselle is a demon, and Ashley can kick rocks with bare feet while holding both of her feet.
Giselle are the same person. It's weird that she makes excuses for Giselle, but not. I'm like, they're the same person.
She actually formed a relationship with her outside of it. She never had a relationship with Ashley ever, so she's been able to see Giselle in a different atmosphere versus Ashley. And in my opinion, I feel like Ashley and Candace have more similarities than Ashley and Giselle do.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like Erica and Jessica. They see each other at times, and that's why they don't.
Yeah. But
I think Ashley. Oh, go ahead, Bonnie.
Candace has the mommy issue thing. Candace is always likening herself to an older female figure, and I think she did that with Karen, and I think she's doing that with Giselle as well, which is why she's always giving her a pass.
I'll have a trip to Giselle downstairs, cushion stairs, but some stairs nonetheless. Because I feel like Giselle is messy for no reason, but so is Ashley. I really feel like they're both two peas in a pod, but Candace and Robin give Giselle breaks because they're their friends. And it's weird to me that y'all want to say, well, Ashley, but they're both the same person. I would not trust Giselle. I would not trust Ashley. The difference is I feel like when she said, like, Ashley would do whatever and doesn't care who it hurts. Giselle literally had a rumor about Monique's baby not being her husband. She literally brought on the rumor about Eddie and Wendy. She did that with regards to what could happen to the family. What if Wendy believed her husband was cheating and you just made her feel worse by bringing, like, Giselle do shit because she don't care. So does Ashley. So I'm like, I don't get how.
In Giselle's defense, not saying it's right, but in Giselle's defense, she really was getting back at Monique for her bringing Sherman's ex-fiance or current girlfriend or ex-wife or whatever on the show. So she was gunning for her by any means necessary after she did that.
Giselle's karma, it was coming before that. And was Sherman in a real relationship? Were they really dating though?
I think that was real.
Because her kids loved them. So, I mean, I want to believe they was in a real relationship. They lit up for Sherman more than they lit up for their own daddy.
Facts. And one of the things, I always say I have a love-hate relationship with Ashley. And sometimes I wonder if that's because I'm seeing her in adjacency to Giselle, but I feel like Ashley is the appropriate amount of messy, don't give a fuck bone carrying, and Giselle is miserable with her shit. And I think that's the biggest difference to me. Giselle is miserable.
That makes sense. Like, Ashley is happy even if her husband isn't whatever. Giselle seemed to do stuff because she's not happy in life. It do seem that way.
Yeah.
Because she had nothing else to talk about. Let me go at whoever else, because even with her little thing with Candace, like, Candace, don't let Chris be your manager because what if he don't get money? He not Jamal.
And if she would have said that, her ass would have been mad. She would have been so mad if she would have said that to her. And I don't even like the fact that Candace was like, I check her and, we just move on. No, you really don't. Like, you allow for her to say the shit and then you just let it go because you don't want to get into it with her.
She don't really say much to it. I don't think.
She don't say at all. But anyway, y'all, Candace got into it with Jemele Hill, which makes me even more annoyed because it's like, so Jemele Hill can't tweet about the fucking show without you adding her and calling her a pussy. But the girl on the show that talks about your own fucking husband, like he just some hanger-on, you don't have no energy for her though. I was just like, Candace,
say it again. Say it again.
Oh, embarrassing.
But how you mad because she's watching the old season and she's like everyone comments about last season. She's just not watching it. So why you be mad?
I have to agree with that. And I definitely went up for Candace all last season. My point hasn't changed on that. But I feel like if you've moved to a healthier space, according to you, this season, then what Jemele Hill has to say is a non-MFing factor because she's just not watching the show. That's past tense. If you're moving past that, then leave it where it's at. I wouldn't even responded to her because I wasn't sure if Jemele was trolling or not, but you're not the only person that she said something about Boosie. She got Boosie together, so she's just going down the line. She got stuff to say about the people on Married at First Sight. So she just, binging her reality TV. So, I just feel like Jemele Hill's opinion isn't too much different from all of the other people that's been coming at you. And just leave that last year.
She said something crazy.
All she said was she felt like Candace was really mad about losing the fight. That's all she said. She ain't talking about she went in on her. How is that going in on her? She didn't. All she said was, to me, it seemed like you really just mad that you lost the fight. It's not really about the fact, because Jemele was like, to me, it takes two people to get into a fight like that. So you just mad that you lost the fight, which is what I have been saying the whole time too, but whatever. Anyway, it doesn't even matter at this point. To me, it seemed like when you look at Jemele's tweets that she might have just been watching the shit and tweeting as she was going like anybody else.
But no, she said that. Her tweet was,
right.
I'm binge watching season 5. No, I'm binge watching the show. I'm now at season 5. So it's like she's watching your show. So it's just her response started delayed from last season.
Like she called her a chicken shit. She called her a chicken shit.
Yeah.
I was like, girl, it is not that deep.
I want to know why Candace felt the need to DM her. Like, what was it that you needed to get off of your chest so bad?
Candace is also a messy bitch. I think people like to say that Candace defends herself. However, we are only shows. You have to know people are going to have opinions, especially when you had that. That issue last season divided so many people, and everyone had a right to have their opinion. So I feel like she knew that because she went through it last season. She cried every time she could. So if you move past that, got a whole new house, Monique is no longer on the show. You should not care if people are watching the show and having a comment about what happened last season.
Right. And another thing, go ahead, Jamie.
I have to disagree to the whole Candace is mad and embarrassed that she lost the fight. She may be embarrassed about the fight, but I don't think it's that she's mad or embarrassed for losing a fight that she never wanted to technically fight, in my opinion. I think if anything, she was embarrassed and hurt because of how she saw Monique. And you had somebody like Giselle that was dragging your family and doing all this and that, yet the energy went towards Candace instead of Giselle. So I think she was just hurt by that. So I don't think that she really wanted to fight.
Same thing as what?
Candace just did the same thing. You're going to go after Ashley like you don't know Giselle is the one that set that whole shit up. Like, what was that? I was like, girl, what? You know what Ashley came there to do? Ashley came there to do Giselle's dirty work. What the fuck? Like you used to.
But even how she made it seem as if I would never bring up blog to you. But you still had information that you took back to her, even if you went to Giselle first and said, because it may be easier for you. But I'm like, you still got information and brought it to the show.
Right.
So
Whether it was a blog or somebody hitting you up, it was still some outside mess.
And
I
I
felt
think
like
that,
it was the
but the
same
thing,
thing.
I think the person was gossip in the city.
Yeah,
Because
that's what you're saying, right? It was
so it's
gossip.
like, yeah, it's just like it wasn't a random, like it wasn't a random person. So you still had somebody who runs the blog who sent you something. You then brought it to air. Was on camera, girl. Like it was all nerve because you had tea that you worked the show. So it's like Candace can't make it seem as if Ashley has done something that was, oh my God, crazy. No, all of y'all have done that in some way or the other over the past 6 seasons. So to me,
I mean, that's the formula at this point.
yeah. So Candace
Bring
being
something
upset
up
to me
from
was
outside
stupid.
the show, and then everybody get mad about it.
Because again, at the end of the day, Giselle took it to Ashley. That's who started it.
Don't understand why Candace was crying.
Honey, with the tissue, I'm like, where the tissue?
Why was she
What you
crying?
crying
Something
for?
else must
She
have
was
happened.
crying in the end. So I'm like, was it something that we
Honey,
missed when she walked
I
into
don't
the
know.
kitchen?
But I love that she gathered Ashley though. A lot of people feel how y'all feel
But she didn't.
about
But how?
why she ain't gathered
But
Giselle.
why she do? That's
Wendy
the
was
thing. Why did she
already
do it?
gathering.
I
Wendy
mean,
was
I'm not
already
gonna say I
gathering
didn't.
Giselle. So why do I need to get at somebody that's the source is getting at you? Bitch, I'm finna get at Ashley because Wendy
But she
could have
didn't
went
have
in
to.
on Ashley too, and she did it. So I was glad Candace went in that room
But
and
no, she
got
That's
kind of
why
did on
Ashley
the.
said, "Gotta
But she
go."
kind of did on. She kind of did on the patio though. I think she went to Ashley. Look, but
Mm-mm.
Wendy thing
Not
was,
in
I
comparison
know
to Giselle. If you look
because
at
she
the meat
on the
because she
Jasmine
because she
brand.
said she said it ain't you, it's Giselle. Wendy knew ain't no point in going at
both of
you.
them at this point.
I'm gonna go at Giselle.
I disagree.
I still listen. I'm gonna say this. I didn't understand why, but I also liked the moment. Like when she
Yeah,
walked
it
in the
was
kitchen behind her and was like, "Bitch, what was that about?" Because I felt like Ashley thought her football head ass was gonna skate out of there with none of that heat being on her. And I like the fact that Candace was like, "Bitch, get your titty milk and get your raggedy ass the fuck out this house." No, I was here for that moment. Don't get me wrong, because Candace gave me everything in that moment. But I still felt like it's another time where we're seeing that they do this. They go at everybody but Giselle. Monique did it last season, and now Candace is doing it this season. And I feel like Mia is gonna fall in line with that same thing. And if they had not gone at Eddie, Wendy would still be in that same space. Child, did y'all see the preview of Wendy crying all nasty and hard? I was like, why is you
Like
ugly
somebody
crying?
died. Like somebody died. I was like, Wendy, see, this
You
is
about to milk it, bitch?
she about to milk it. And like you said on Mia, I bet y'all the next 2 episodes, Mia gonna be stuck in Giselle's toes. That's how
I
bad she
want
want
to
to be
see why the
dancing.
fruit. I want to see why that's. I want to see the salad toss. I want to know where that came from. That's what I want to see.
I want to know what happened. What happened with that?
I do too. We basically discussed everything right there, but I would like to reference. Hold up. I would like to. I would like to reference. I was trying to wait for that echo to stop. Okay. When Candace was on the Jasmine brand and said her main thing with Ashley that she can't get over is that she's married to a fucking creeper. And I said, damn, Candace, take it all the way to the dome with it, because that's the realest thing about it to me. And she says that there's another situation that happens later on in the season to double down on Michael being the creeper we all know him to be. And I would like to say this. It may not always be colorism, but it absolutely has something to do with the fact that Ashley is married to an old white man as to why he gets to skate the way she does. She has been problematic this entire fucking time. Michael has been problematic this entire fucking time. And if they were a brown-skinned black woman like Wendy married to a dark-skinned black man like Eddie, their asses would have been off this fucking show seasons ago. And it wouldn't have been all of this keep bringing Ashley back with her babies and Michael to grab ass. It would not have been that. So at the end of the day, okay, I agree with Candace that I'm tired of Michael's creepy ass showing up on my fucking screen. Okay, I don't know whether he's a Hobbit or a Harry Potter character, bitch.
But this is my thing. If you so against what Michael do, why stay on the show? I feel like I don't want to judge anybody based on their spouse because I don't want to ever connect people like that. I think Ashley isn't responsible for what Michael does, even though he's the creep. Yes, we know that. But I don't want to not like someone based on their husband.
And I'm not going to give up no check because
and I
gotta like him, but I'm gonna get my coin and I'm gonna drag your ass
Right,
to the
but if you don't like him, that's fine. But to not like his wife based on what he do, I wouldn't want to do that because I think sometimes
that wasn't the only thing. She don't like her because she's not loyal. So that was one of the many things as to why she does not like Ashley.
I think your husband being an ass grabbing creeper and you being okay with it and continuing to parade him around is definitely a reason for me to look at you like, bitch, we can't really be friends.
You gonna turn an eye to it. The first thing, so Jaylee, like you said, she's compliant to it, and it made me think of a situation. Let's say hypothetically, there's a man and a woman, right? There's a man who has children, but he don't take care of them, and his new wife gonna stand by his side and gonna turn a blind eye to the shit as well. She's compliant, so I feel like it's impossible to separate the two, which is why I always say I have a love-hate relationship with Ashley, because when I see her alone, I'm like, I like her for the show. She's fun. She messy as hell. But when I see her caping and doing that dumb shit for Michael, that's always in the back of my mind. I just can't separate her from Michael.
And she also does that white woman talk that I don't like.
And then gonna ask them what they got on their head when they in the pool. Like her hair not gonna.
Hello? I was like, this is perfect for your big ass head. The fuck is you talking about? Football head?
Oh, I can't stand a girl. But
but listen, that's all I got. That's all I got. Ain't got no more. Listen, y'all gotta make sure that y'all are following us on all of our platforms. Is that the right one? Is that the right one? That's the right one. Okay, because hold up. Yeah, see,
that's the right one.
That's the right one?
No, okay. That's not the right one.
This the right one.
Yeah.
Okay, let me delete this one. I couldn't tell. All right, y'all see what this is, right? Follow us on Instagram at the Ooh Ladies First Panel. Please follow us right now. Do it right now. Go to Instagram, follow Ooh Ladies First Panel right now. Our email is Ooh Ladies First Panel. If y'all want to email us letters, we'll read them, but y'all gotta send them to us. Follow me at BondyBlue. Follow Jamie at Jamie That's Me. Follow Jaylee at Jaylee's Corner on YouTube and Twitter, and then J_Lee's_corner on Instagram, and then follow me at Niecy Dixon. What?
Jamie, is that a porn?
No, I'm gonna tell you, Jamie's hearing the bounce music in her head right now. Okay, that's.
I'm like, I didn't think about porn. Like, this is weird.
Bro, listen, like the video, support us, share us with your people. Girl, it's been blast.
This how I mean when you go out to the bottom.
That looked like choreography by Joseline Hernandez.
Honey, you probably
did. For an hour straight when you said that shit. Hit at the bottom. Oh my God.
Well,
like don't leave them. Don't leave them. Right down there.
Like it's your B-Day. Stupid ass.
Smile. I'm stopped. Okay, I'm stopped.
We're gonna stop. Okay, we're gonna stop. You are in the hell, girl. Anyway.
But see, this is why I don't drink on camera. Cause y'all be want me to drink on camera. And if I do, the calm Jaylee that can control her comments will go out the window and it'll be like, man, fuck, and it goes up.
All right, so y'all got anything else to say before we get out of here?
Follow our backup channel, Shawty.
Right,
yep.
Right.
Is this a Houston song? Like I don't know.
It's different things.
Okay, so make sure y'all follow us. My backup channel is The BondyBlue and Relax with Blue, where I do vlogs. So check me out on there.
Jamie. Mine is Jamie's Corner Talk. I got some little story times on there, whatever. It's cute. So yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, I'll go. Mine is Niecy Dixon Vlogs. Saki had dropped the link in the live, so thank you for that.
Oh, shout out to Saki.
Okay.
And mine is That's Me, Jamie. Okay, so I have my birthday vlog up, but I also put it on my channel to direct you guys to the backup channel. But I also have my reviews up for Sweet Life, Los Angeles. So get into it.
So, okay, wait. Do y'all like that show?
It's okay.
I didn't feel the need to review it, but I felt the need to watch y'all reviews on it. But I'm currently obsessed with the Miss Pat show on BET Plus.
I'm gonna stop reviewing it because I feel like I'm too old to review it because they too young and my comments on
high
it.
School shit.
It's like it is high school shit, but I even think it's high school shit because they my age. Ooh. The shit that they was on was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I was just.
Girl, let me tell you something. Fucking Becky, I was like, throw the whole bitch away.
Becky was doing too much. But PJ is
too much.
Way too much. Like, girl, you
when Jordan's a fuck boy.
I ain't even PJ though.
Child,
PJ is worse than Jordan.
On your fucking
girl,
but you got money for girl. Listen, they a mess.
But does Brita have a car? Why she get ride with everybody else? Is she?
Okay.
Is she Candace?
I don't think she do.
You
I
can't
would
be
like
bougie
if
and
Vic
Carlos
reports
in
a
But
LA.
maybe
video
I'm talking to
taking
the
us.
same people though. That's the thing for me.
And don't
Just
know.
LA.
Like,
They
how
just
you
like
mad
to
at
believe.
PJ for not? No, how you mad at Jordan but not Becky? Becky didn't tell you she fucked Jordan, and y'all best friends. Bitch, how she don't know?
How y'all best friends?
Oh my
How?
god,
It's LA. That's why I could never live there.
And
it's
then gonna bring
Relationship.
this girl on a trip. Ooh, PJ out of line.
girl. I would have punched Becky in the face if I was Miami.
For
Like,
sure.
bitch, am I staying here? Yes, I am, bitch. I'm staying here. Why you mad at me?
She was
Mhm.
telling
You
me.
mad at PJ, not her. She ain't do shit. Girl,
And
I was
PJ
like,
brought the girl to stunt on you.
I'm not gonna do a review for every episode because the first two was kind of dry. I'm gonna just do one for the first three.
honey,
Child, I'm
I
not
was like,
into
my comments was like too adult for their. I'm like, why? And I'm like, you know what? I'm too old for them. Like, that's, I can watch it, but my comments are too old for what they doing. I was like, no, my brain cells. I already gotta do Chan's show, so I can't do two bullshit shows at the
at the
same
same
time.
damn time. It's too
That's
much.
gonna, ruin
You
my
gonna lose brain
What was
cells.
the other BS show you said?
Change.
girl Chan's show.
Oh, okay.
One more chance.
People
Season
wanna
2.
people want to watch it, and but that's more older, so my comments will make more sense versus the ones for like 25, and
It's
then
actually not older. The girls on the show be really young.
but they act like they adults,
They
whereas
act like the
A
old
lot of TV we
prostitutes
watch,
on
these
Joseline
folk be
show.
old.
like
is
old
what
hookers,
I'm
like
But
old
they act
hookers.
saying.
What you say, Jamie?
I said a lot of these shows we be watching, these people be older, but they act like the kids.
It
Yes,
is.
but I'm
That's
like
why
that
they
damn
on
sweet
reality.
life.
But that's
Really?
all we got for y'all. Okay, we gonna talk backstage like we always do because that's what we do. Anyway, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to all of our channels so that you will know about the Ooh Ladies First panel because next week it will be on Jay Lee's Corner. Okay, so make sure that you are following her so you can be here for the next show. We love y'all, we appreciate y'all, and we will see y'all